अतुलम तंत्र तंतेजा सर्वदेश शरीरजम एकस्थम तद्भुनारी व्याप्त लोकतंत्रयम त्विषा। सभी देवताओं से उत्पन्न हुआ और तीनों लोगों में व्याप्त हुआ, वह अतुल तेज जब एकत्रित हुआ तब वह नारी बना। That incomparable radiance that was born from all the gods and pervaded the three worlds came to one place and took the form of women. Excellencies, distinguished representatives, generation equality change makers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the 2023 International Women Week IWD of Amity University, conclave on the theme Digital All, Empowering Women in Digital World from 3rd March to 13th March 2023 across Amity campuses, Noida, Greater Noida, Lucknow, Dubai and Tashkent. I, Shruti Dutt, with my co-host Dr. Samiksha Jain, welcome you all on behalf of the whole global family of Amity University.
International Women's Day. March 8 is a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. The day also marks a call to action for accelerating women's equality. International Women's Day is not just restricted to a country, group, or organization, rather belongs to all groups collectively. The UN theme for International Women's Day, 8th March 2023, is Digit All, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. This theme is aligned with the priority theme for the UN's upcoming 67th session of the Commission on Status of Women, Innovation and Technological Change, and Education in the Digital Age for achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. The International Women's Day entails to celebrating women's achievement along with raising awareness about discrimination. International Women's Day belongs to everyone, everywhere. Inclusion means all International Women's Day action is absolutely valid.
As a part of the same, we are observing International Women's Day week with the long activities at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh from 3rd March to 13 March. Light is considered as a symbol of auspiciousness, prosperity, and abundance in the Hindu religion. Light brings brightness and with it and removes darkness. So now we would like to invite our esteemed distinguished guest for lighting the lamps.
Gananayakaya Gananayakaya Ganadevitaya Gananayakaya Ganadevitaya Ganadhikshaya Dhimahi Gunashakaya Gunamanditaya Gunishanaya Dhimahi Gunadhitaya Gunadhishaya Gunapravishaya Dhimahi Ekdantaya Vakratundaya Gauri Tanayaya Dhimahi Gajeshwanaya Bhalachandraya Shri Ganeshaya Dhimahi Ekdantaya Vakratundaya Gauri Tanayaya Dhimahi Gajeshwanaya Bhalachandraya Shri Ganeshaya Dhimahi गीत साराय गीत तत्वाय गीत गोत्राय धीमहि गुण गुल्फाय गंध मंताय गोज प्रादाय धीमहि गुणाधीताय गुणाधीशाय गुण प्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदंताय वक्रतुंडाय गौरी तनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचंद्राय श्री गणेशाय धीमहि श्री गणेशाय धीमहि श्री गणेशाय धीमहि
Today, as we all are celebrating our International Women's Week, we have distinguished women on the stage who are the epitome of perfection, dedication, courage, strength, and are perfect representative of empower women. Rare is the person who goes out her way to help the less fortunate, among us. Rarer still is the one who would not speak the good she has done. Our beloved Dr. Ranjana Bhatia, Head of Institution, Amity Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences, is one such exceptional individual. We invite Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We welcome you all to the inaugural of the Conclave and week-long activities to celebrate International Women's Day, which is observed on 8th March all over the world. A woman with a voice is by definition a strong woman, but the search to find that voice can be remarkably difficult. The United Nations observance of International Women's Day under the theme Digit All, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality will be marked by a high-level event on Wednesday, 8th March 2023. The event will bring together technologists, innovators, entrepreneurs, and gender equality activists to provide an opportunity to highlight the role of all stakeholders in improving access to digital tools. 2023 will explore the impact of the digital gender gap on widening economic and social inequalities. The event will also spotlight the importance of protecting the rights of women and girls in digital spaces and addressing online and ICT facilitated gender-based violence. Only 63% of women were using the internet in 2022, compared to 69% of men. Growing inequalities are becoming increasingly evident in the context of digital skills and access to technologies, with women being left behind as the result of this digital gender divide. The need for inclusive and transformative technology and digital education is therefore crucial for a sustainable future. Bringing women and other marginalized groups into technology results in more and has greater potential for innovation that meet women's needs and promote gender equality. Their lack of inclusion caste comes with massive costs. As per UN Women's Gender Snapshot report, women's exclusion from the digital world has resulted in gross domestic product loss that will grow many folds by 2025 if no action is taken. A gender-responsive approach to innovation, technology, and digital education can increase the awareness of women and girls regarding their rights and civic engagements. Advancements in digital technology offer immense opportunity to address development and humanitarian challenges and to achieve the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development Goals. Initially observed on March 8th, IWD was originally known as National Women's Day. As word of this spread, annual celebrations were held worldwide. The United Nations first acknowledged International Women's Day in 1975, and starting in 1996, Women's Day became a theme to celebrate women in the community. International Women's Day aims to spread the message that all genders should be treated equally. The day's objective is to change people's attitude globally and positively. Traditionally in India, it is said that a woman is the Lakshmi of the house, who not only brings wealth into the household, but happiness, peace, and binds families together and protects family in every way she can. Goddess Lakshmi, Saraswati, Parvati, Kali, Durga, and many more goddesses are there whom we worship on everyday basis. Women of today are aspiring to live in a better world. However, there are issues that require attention. Despite all the efforts, the average woman still works twice as much as the average man, but is underpaid. They endure horrific atrocities and intimidation to fill their true desires. Women now hold the highest positions in every industry and take on the most extraordinary responsibilities that history has ever seen. Men are now coming up to support women empowerment efforts. Let's all honor, respect, and adore all the amazing women in our life on this International Women's Day, whether they are our mothers, wives, or our daughters. Let's demonstrate our pride in their achievements and commitment to building a world free of all ills for women. We feel indebted to our Honorable Founder President for his visionary guidance in all our endeavors. We feel highly inspired with the motivation of our dynamic Chancellor, sir. We are forever grateful to our Vice Chancellor who has guided us to organize this conclave. And to conclude, I would like to say that there is no limit to what we as women can accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we take this opportunity to welcome our Excellencies and distinguished representative, guest of honor, Air Marshal Aarti Sareen, Dr. B.K. Sapra, Dr. Anju Chaudhary, Srimati Vanathi Srinivasan. So we would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, and Dr. Ranjana ma'am to honor our guest with the plant samplings. Guest of honor, Air Marshal Aarti Sareen. Dr. B.K. Sapra. Dr. Anju Chaudhary, ma'am, is not here, but she is with us in the online mode. So we welcome you, ma'am, here. Srimati Vanathi Srinivasan.
Hello.
Okay. Now I request our Dr. Ranjana ma'am to felicitate our VC ma'am also with the plant sampling.
No, okay.
I would also request Ranjana ma'am to please honor Dr. Alpana ma'am. Now moving forward, we have with our guest of honor, Air Marshal Aarti Sareen, guest of honor, Srimati Anju Chaudhary on online mode, guest of honor, Dr. B.K. Sapra, and guest of honor, Srimati Vanathi Srinivasan. So to introduce them, we would invite Dr. Shefali Raizada, co-chairperson, International Women's Week 2023, to kindly introduce our esteemed guest. Dr. Shefali, ma'am.
Very good morning to all present here, all the esteemed guests, Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, our faculty colleagues and all the authorities on the dais and off the dais. Atul tatra tantej sarvdev sharirjam ekast tad bhunari vyapt lok triyam Divisha. That incomparable radiance that was born from all gods and pervaded the three worlds came to one place and took the form of a woman. This is a very sacred occasion. We are here to enhance the womanhood on the occasion of the International Women's Day, which is going to take place. Actually, the day is 8th March, but we have started the celebration because each day is a day of celebration. I take privilege to give the introduction of all of our esteemed guests for this inaugural function. So first of all, I would like to say a few words about one woman. I think you will understand. Nari Samajasya Kushal Vastukara. Women is the skilled architect of the society. This is very much true to our chairperson, ma'am, Dr. Mrs. Amita Chauhan, ma'am. She's a chairperson of Amity International Schools, and she conceptualized the Helms globe-girdling group of 23 co-ed day schools that have established an excellent reputation for providing the education to all levels of the schools. I really admire her, and she's the born leader, and she's with all powers to serve the love and affection. Her existence is based on the truthfulness in her eyes. So thank you so very much, Chairperson, ma'am. You are the epitome of the womanhood, and you have set the example for all of us. The second very much important to remember our Pooja Chauhan, ma'am. It is said, a woman is an embodiment of a strength who never gives up. There is a woman, there is a magic. Let's not let this magic die. This is very much true to our chairperson, ma'am, Mrs. Pooja Chauhan. She's actually the practicing chartered accountant. She's a trustee of the Amity Education Group and chairperson of Amity Humanity Foundation. She's holding various positions and responsibility with a strong passion for the woman upliftment. She is a true inspiration for everyone, and she is an example to every woman who sees dreams and is ready to pay the price to make them come true. So thank you, Pooja ma'am. Now behind these two strong women, I give no introduction is required, but certainly he's the man behind all these our Amity culture, values, and ethos. With the same spirit, we celebrate this occasion by giving his roadmaps, by giving his valuable inputs and his vision and mission. Certainly, our honorable founder president, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who not only provided us with the core of this idea, but who is the living inspiration and example to see. Thank you so very much, sir, for giving this platform. We are here to work and to follow your guidelines. Our respected Chancellor, Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, certainly this event is the outcome of his vision, mission, and his dreams to come true for all Amitians. So thank you so very much. He doesn't need any introduction. आप वो नारी का स्रोत हो जो गरिमा दृश्यता हर रूप में आपका जीवन उदाहरण बना नारी शक्ति के स्वरूप में. You are a woman whose leadership and persona has brought zeal and zest to all the persons around society and our own circuits. You are the guiding light. You are the women, especially for the Amitians. Ma'am, you are a perfect example of global liberal feminism. Thank you so very much for our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am. These words are dedicated to our hardcore leader, dynamic person, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am. Unquestionably, she has set the example for the better world for all of us, for all the Amitians, her efforts, all her efficiency, all her competency, all her initiatives are very much dedicated to the Amitians and especially for the girls. And to celebrate, this is the occasion where we are celebrating this Women's Day, and she's the example and very, very truthful example of celebrating and having such a good day today. Now come to the our guest for the today's. First of all, I would like to welcome Air Marshal Aarti Sareen Vashisht, Seva Medal Director, General Medical Services. She's Aarti Sareen and she's MBBS, MD Radio Diagnostic. She's the Chief of Naval Staff Commendation. She has very much credentials with regard to her achievements towards a highly qualified person. She has a special interest in neuro-oncologist, hospital administration, and so more and so forth. So thank you so very much. She doesn't need any introduction. She herself is the example of serving the nation, serving the womanhood, and serving the feminism. I welcome Dr. Ms. Balwinder Kaur Sapra, ma'am. She is also, yes. So she is also an epitome of the womanhood. She is sitting here to give you her inputs, why we are celebrating the International Women's Day, why we are here, and why there is a need to have, why not the everyday as a celebration of the womanhood. I will give the introduction of our chairperson, State Human Rights Commission, Mrs. Anju Chaudhary. She has joined online from straight away from Lucknow, and she is the dedicated example for the womanhood, Nari Shakti, and this Mahila Morcha, this kind of the set initiatives taken by her. So welcome, ma'am, welcome on this. Ms. Vanati Srinivasan, she would be joining shortly. She is the BJP Mahila Morcha National President and MLA Coimbatore South. She is also a born leader. She is a Vice President of the BJP. She's a General Secretary and State Secretary, and so many portfolios she has taken on her shoulders to lead the women, to set the example for the women. And thank you so very much for accepting our invitation. I once again welcome all the guests for the day on this inaugural session for accepting our invitation. This is a great moment to admire this day with so much of the elegant and gracious presence of our guests. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for introducing our guest. Today, this task of introducing our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am, is an honor and a great privilege. I know this one is different, but the thought that she is a woman of virtue and simplicity. We feel elated to introduce her to everyone. After all, she is a living inspiration to the young ones. If one takes a closer look at the alchemy of the achieving person, two distinct virtues pop up besides perseverance and hard work. They are pioneering spirit and willingness. Our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, is the living inspiration for all of us. We are so lucky that just because of her vision and guidance and support, we all are gathered here to celebrate this International Women's Week 2023. We are so thankful and fortunate that she really found the way to be with us today, despite of her hectic schedule. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcoming our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla.
A very good morning to all of you. Good morning, most respected Honorable Founder President, most respected Honorable Chairperson Madam, our Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Chairperson of Amity Humanity Foundation, a very esteemed guest of honor, Air Marshal Aarti Srinivas, the Seva Medal, Director General of Medical Services of Air Force, a very esteemed guest of honor, Dr. B.K. Sapra, Head of Division, RPAD of Bhabha Atomic Research Corporation, our esteemed guest of honor, Mrs. Anju Chaudhary ji, Vice Chairperson of State Women Commission, and our esteemed guest of honor, Mrs. Vanathi Srinivasan, National President, Women Wing, BJP, my esteemed colleagues on the dais, Dr. Bhatia, Dr. Rajada, Dr. Goyal, and all my colleagues here and very dear students. First of all, I would like to extend very warm welcome to our esteemed guest on this very special occasion of International Women's Week celebration, and especially today when we have the conclave on the theme Digital All, Empowering Women in Digital World. Then I was looking at that, how this word got created, कि सृष्टि का निर्माण कैसे हुआ, और उस सृष्टि में कहते हैं ना भगवान है, हर रिलीजन, कोई भी रिलीजन ले लो भगवान है, और हर रिलीजन में मनुष्य की उत्पत्ति कैसे है, क्योंकि मनुष्य पहले दिन से तो था नहीं। और कहते हैं कि जो फर्स्ट ह्यूमन फॉर्म है वो मेल की थी, और फिर कहते हैं कि मेल की कि एक रिब से फीमेल बनी, और कहते हैं कि दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं, द कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री टू ईच अदर। देन हाउ डिड दिस डिफरेंशिएशन स्टार्टेड बिटवीन मैन एंड वुमेन, male and female? It's very interesting to see the spelling of male and female or man and woman, and we find that the woman encompasses the man. Man is just a standalone figure, but woman has a man in her. That means a man or the male is incomplete without a woman. And we always say कि जो woman है वही जननी है, the creator. वैसे तो दुनिया के क्रिएटर ब्रह्मा जी हैं, ब्रह्मांड का जिन्होंने निर्माण किया, और जितने भी कहते हैं ना सरस्वती जो निकलती है वो ब्रह्मा जी के मुख से निकली है। But I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to be in the present world, where we stand and what we see. What all we see today, how the women are treated, why there's a need is there to empower the woman. I was looking at the theme and I said, is there really a need to empower the woman? That means the woman, as per our scriptures, as per the genesis of this Brahmand, the woman is the, purak of male. Then why this need today? I think over the ages, things change. Some were the nature created, and some were created by the human being or created by the society. And some were self-created by the women themselves. Because somehow the woman started feeling we do not have a power. We want to be equal to male. And one of the way of for being equal to male was to let's dress up like male, तब हम जो है उनके बराबर हो जाएंगे. But I think that is not the equality. Equality is something altogether different, and equality is the mindset. What kind of the mindset you keep? As a mother, we have seen the many times the mother differentiate between her two children, not the father. The women or themselves start thinking that we are the weaker. I would say the women are the most powerful because the kind of patience they have, the kind of the multitaskers the women are, and the nurturing neighbor. You know, we say that because of whatever it is, you need to nurture. Nature needs nurturing. The talent needs nurturing. Everything needs nurturing. And who nurtures? You know, we say the mother earth. We don't say mother father. We say the mother earth. Earth is not a father. Earth is a mother, and earth is the janani to all the trees, whatever you take. Who is more powerful? Akash jo hai wo father hai. Umbrella on you to protect you. And I think the both genders have their well-defined roles. Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, the creator, the protector, and the destroyer to bring the new thing. Lakshmi, Saraswati, Parvati, Durga, they all have the role. The education, the money, the power, all those things. Now, therefore, in the society, when we talk about the digital, this is the empowerment for everybody. It's a technology, it's a tool. How you use it. We need to equally educate both genders. Being an education institution, I feel that the male equally need to understand how to respect other gender, whether it is the woman or whether it's the third gender. How do we really respect each? How do we respect the diversity? And in our country, I think we are the richest in diversity, whether it's language-wise, the region-wise, the economic point of view. Look at. And I think the nurturing which happens at home, the family, and you know, all the success stories who are sitting with us, and for next 10 days we are going to meet many, many female success stories. And each one will have their own very interesting story, how their family has supported her. One is the self-dreams, otherwise support from the parents to fulfill those dreams. And if you are married, the support from your spouse or the in-laws to realize that dream. At least I am very lucky because both the parents had dreamed to give the equal education to all the children. We are 2 brothers and 2 sisters, the equal education to all. They never differentiated between us. Though I come from very humble background, from a very tiny village, there was no school in my village. I had to walk one way almost 6 kilometers early in the morning and reach home late in the evening, and then getting into the boarding school and then having the education in the premier institution of the country, IIT Kharagpur, and having the doctorate from abroad, and then being today the Vice Chancellor of Amity University. I think at every stage in my life, apart from my mother, rest all were who are the male who have supported me, including my Honorable Founder President, sir, and my Honorable Chancellor, what I'm here, and because of them, I'm standing here. It's only that unless you have a confidence in yourself, unless you have the big dreams for yourself, and our Honorable Founder President always says, if you want to be successful in your life, dream big. And Honorable Founder President says that every Amitian will be a success story. And I think it is his conviction and his belief that the education which you provide at Amity will build the future talent, male or female, a great success story. Amity has almost 50% the female students or the female team members. And we have so many research patents filed, research publications, and our women scientists, women faculty, women researchers have played very important role in bringing Amity to this level. It is the work culture, it is the environment of Amity which nurtures and supports the way the fearlessly the female students can express their views and our female faculty and staff and researchers can express. It is the HR policy of the organization of Amity which gives that environment that the female can work in the university, but at the same time can take care of the family. Since I would like to convey the message to all the students who are sitting here. Please always imagine for the inclusive environment. Always say that because in the tomorrow when you will be going in the corporate world, you need to think how to respect your organization diversity, how to help that every individual's potential is harnessed fully and supported for the organization excellence, organization success. And therefore, it can only be if you create an environment of positivity, environment of support, environment of respect, an environment of freedom of speech and respecting and taking the care of everybody, you can really bring the environment of excellence. And that of environment of excellence will not only contribute to the organization excellence, but will contribute to the economic development of the nation and also fulfilling the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister, making India a fully developed nation. So with this, I extend very warm welcome to our Honorable Guest of Honor, Aarti ji and Sapra ji for sparing your time with us. And also I can see the Anju Chaudhary ji and Avanathi Srinivasan ji. Thank you very much for your presence, and we look forward to hearing your success story and how you have reached to this level. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time and your words of wisdom. A lady in the uniform is a great source of inspiration for all of us. She is one of us who has achieved so much in her life. Having Air Marshal Aarti Sareen, Vishisht Seva Medal, Director, General Medical Services, Air Force on Dais, is inspiring to all the ladies sitting in the auditorium. We would like to hear about the milestones that she has achieved or touched and the challenges that she has faced. Ma'am, we are truly honored by your presence in our midst and invite you to please address our gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, distinguished guests, and members of the dais, faculty at Amity, and my dear students. It is a big honor and a privilege to be standing here today to address you on this very momentous occasion, a theme that is being celebrated over many years. I'm here to tell you what, she just said, the MC just said that what are my achievements? I think every person who's here is an achiever. But to just give you a very, very short span of my journey, I would just like to tell you how Dr. Shukla herself mentioned. I also came from a family which did not distinguish and gave an equal education to me and my brother. And we were given a lot of freedom to encourage, education. I went to a school which encouraged education, extracurricular activities, sports, and then went into medical school at Pune. I studied medicine there and passed out in the year 1985, went on to do my internship. I was commissioned into the Indian Army at that point of time, because in the Armed Forces Medical Services, we can wear any of the 3 uniforms as desired by the services. After my internship, I was posted at Visakhapatnam at the Andaman Islands, and then went on to do a post-graduation, again, very much encouraged and supported by my parents. And of course, the Armed Forces, which gives you many opportunities. The Armed Forces does not differentiate the aspects that we have just discussed. It is purely based on your academic merit and your achievements, on which you get your promotions and further progressions in your career. So I did my post-graduation. I became a radiologist. I did MD radiology, again from my alma mater, which was the Armed Forces Medical College, and then served in various stations like Visakhapatnam and Cochin for 11 years, and Mumbai. After which I decided to again upgrade my career, and I went on to become a radiation oncologist from the esteemed Tata Memorial Hospital at Mumbai. After which I was professor and head of radiation oncology at Army Hospital Aranda, at Command Hospital Pune. And then in the Armed Forces, as you get your promotions, you start getting your administrative duties. So then I started becoming, the head of the various what we call commands as far as the medical persons are concerned. So I got to do a posting at Cochin, where we managed the first wave of COVID in 7 different states which came under us. Then I went on to command INHS Ashwini at Bombay, which is about 870-bed hospital in the second phase of COVID. And we all know, each and every one of us have been through a struggle during that phase in the world. What I'm trying to say is how the Armed Forces empowers you to carry on your duties. We have a lot of help from, I would say, from my own colleagues, many of whom are males. So we have a very, 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 very congenial working atmosphere where we help each other, and we do not have any kind of a differentiation as far as our gender is concerned. And then, of course, I was very fortunate to command my alma mater. So I went on to head the Armed Forces Medical College, and I've just come to Delhi now. And I would just like to say that the theme of this year is so appropriate. I think digital transformation is now it is a necessity. It is now percolated into every aspect of everybody's life, as well as development of the nation, like Madam just said. So all of us have to digitally empower ourselves. Apart from this year's theme, I think as women and as individuals, we just need to nurture education. We must just keep on encouraging education and upgrading our skills, whether they are skills or whether they are education. We need to upgrade, and we need to mentor. We need to mentor a few other, whether they are women or men, whatever it is. And we need to teach our families, our sons and the daughters, the importance of gender equality, education, and moving forward and making India a developed nation. So I think that's all I have to say. It was very nice being here, and thank you very much to the organizers and to Vice Chancellor ma'am for being here. Thank you so much.
I'm sure all the ladies sitting here are so encouraged by her life journey. Thank you so much, ma'am, for showing us the right way how to get into the armed forces. And I'm sure that every woman who are sitting here would now know how to serve their family equally as ma'am is serving the family as well as their country. So you are inspiration for all of us, ma'am. Thank you so much. We are indeed fortunate to have Dr. B.K. Sapra, Head of Division, Radiological Physics and Advisory Division, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai on dais. She is not only the distinguished personality, but also an eminent scientist. We are sure that she doesn't need any introduction. She has incomparable records of research. We have a great pleasure to have you here, ma'am. I request Alpana ma'am if she could introduce her.
Yes, this is my privilege to introduce Dr. Balvinder Kaur Sapra. She is a head radiological physics and advisory division, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. She is PhD in physics from University of Mumbai. She is 32 batch of BRC orientation program. She joined Bhabha Atomic Research Center in 1989 as a scientific officer C. She worked in the many area of research, radiation, and aerosol studies. She has published number of research paper. Maybe some of them is 130 international journal. And also she has published 3 books in her tenure. She is a member of many regulatory body of BARC. And she is a recipient of DAE Science and Technical Excellence Award in 2011. She is also a chairperson of Women's Cell of BARC and NRB. She organized number of activity under this event chairmanship. She overall, she is a very good badminton player of the national level. Recently, she got number of awards in her career. We found that she is very passionate and very dynamical lady. So girls and ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a huge round of applause to Dr. Balvinder Sapra. Welcome, ma'am.
So thank you, Dr. Alpana Goyal, for those very nice words. And a very good morning to all of you present here. You know, when I speak generally at the International Women's Day, the institutes invite you. So the first thing that I notice is the number of men in the auditorium are very, very few. Because everybody feels that International Women's Day is to be celebrated by women. But I think in this auditorium, at least, I find that there are a lot of men, which means the women here have a lot of support. So a big round of applause to all the men who are here, who thought it necessary that let us see what these ladies are doing on this occasion. I hope it's not just because your vice chancellor or your professors told you that you must attend, nahi to attendance cut jayegi. Aisa kuch nahi hai na? Okay, good. So, as we are all seeing on the board there, the theme for this year's Women's Day as given by UN. So the United Nations, every year they provide a theme for celebrating the Women's Day. It is just that they raise up the issues which require more attention, which are of concern, especially when we are talking about gender equality. So this year's theme is Digit All, Women Empowerment Through Innovation and Technology. So you see, every year, a lot of things keep coming up. Ke gender equality mein political nahi hai, humko equality nahi hai, we do not have social equality, economic equality, and so many things. So is saal UN ne ek aur jod diya, which is digital inclusion. So one by one, we are seeing that a lot of things are coming up, which were initially very basic, but now we are coming to more in-depth and, more issues which are not, which people have not thought of so far. So it's a good thing that we realize that, yes, the women also need to be made part of such digital inclusion. So when we say digital inclusion, what it means is that we are aiming at achieving gender equality in the digital world as well. By innovation, technological change, it can happen by by proper education. And also, I think one of my earlier speakers also said that it also aims at protecting the rights of women and girls in digital spaces and addressing online gender-based violence. So this is very much being recognized, and awareness regarding this and measures to be taken so that this doesn't happen is also being thought of. Now, why this digital backwardness in women is seen? So I would say that it has its root cause in the well accounted for fact that women and the young girls, during their formative education years, they miss on the opportunities of higher education. I'm just reminded of something that I thought I can share with you all. So I come from, or at least my parents come from, a very rural background in Punjab, from a farmer's village. And we were studying in Mumbai, and I recall I was in the 4th or 5th standard. So when we used to go to Punjab during the vacations, so I recall in our village, our parents would show around, we would go around to houses, and everybody would tell us, Angrezi ch gal karke dikha, gal karke dikha. So for them, when we were speaking in English, it was like, pata nahi ki tud 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 kar diyan ja rahi hain. So one of the old men I recall, he was around 80-year-old. So he asked me, in what class are you studying? So I told, I'm in the 4th standard. He said, oh, बहुत हो गया. हुन चिट्ठी चिट्ठी ते लिख सकदी हैं अपने घर. जाएंगी जिथे भी जाएंगी ब्याह होके. At least you are capable of writing a letter back home. So just imagine that at that stage, the only importance of education was that now you will be able to write a letter back home. Now you don't need to read further, and this much is enough. Now you just need to get used to getting your household works done, help your mother, and so on. So from that stage, we have now come to a stage where, the parents want not only the male child, but even the girl children to do very well in their exams. You have extra tuitions, you have extra classes. We try and give more exposure to the children. So I think it's a long way that we have come. But still, we are all in very big cities where we can, openly say this, that we have equal opportunities. But in the smaller cities, in the rural areas, I believe this is still a big problem where the girls do not get opportunities of higher education. So this reduces their opportunity, especially to enter into the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, because they believe कि ये maths तो लड़कियां नहीं कर पाएंगे, कहाँ तुम करोगी, ये सब छोड़ दो, you take arts, you take commerce. So this mentality is there even now in many big cities also, I would say. So as it is, STEM fields में हमारे ladies कम हो जाती हैं. And we also see this in very big institutions like BARC also. So in BRC, the entry into the center is by a very tough examination and an interview. But just because the number of ladies who take up engineering or pure sciences is very, very low, so accordingly that is reflected in the intake also. So in BRC, we just have about 20% females and maybe around 16% who are actually in the sciences other than the administrative, that is the technical fields. But then this more happens because the number of applicants itself that we get, the males are so huge in number while the females are so less because not many of them take up this science, technology, engineering fields at their college levels. So this is something that really needs to change. And the options for this are, the institutes like Amity, big institutes, they can have reservation for women candidates. I was told that in Amity, you have at least 20% seats for women. So which is a good thing. Or was it in Kurukshetra? NIT Kurukshetra. I was in NIT Kurukshetra yesterday. So I was told that they have 20% seats reserved for women. So this will at least ensure that more girls come into these engineering fields. Of course, a lot of data is available, which tells you that women are really lacking in this STEM field specifically. Now, just because you do not see a role model in the STEM field, the women are really, the girls are not really up to the mark that should we take up this field or no. But once they see a role model, maybe they'll get motivated they will feel that, yes, if this lady can do it, even I should be able to take up this field. I'll be able to do well. So the lack of a female role model probably is somewhere, it would help if you have a female role models. Of course, we have many in the country now, but more and more role models being created will definitely help the girls to take up these fields also. And because of this lack of role model, lack of opportunities, we get into the vicious circle of this never-ending gender digital divide. Now, as Madam was also saying that the internet, it offers you great opportunities for information, but then there is a flip side also, and that is the online harassment and abuse. So I was just going through the net and I found that a combined study of 51 countries, it has revealed that almost 38% of women had personally experienced online violence. But only 1 in 4 of these reported to the relevant authorities, and nearly 9 in 10 opted to limit their online activity. So they thought it's better not to go on the internet or go to the social media. So again, we see that this increases the gender digital divide. Now, there are several opportunities which can be utilized to address this development and the humanitarian challenges, but still there is a lack of awareness about these in women and girls. So many girls left, they remain behind in this digital skills and access to technologies. Again, I would say we should not compare really with the big cities, where I do not think that the girls or the boys, they are any different when using digital skills and so on. But yes, since India still is the majority is in the rural areas, this divide is definitely seen. And so there was another Indian study which shows that 44% of women did not know how to utilize mobile money. Well, I would say I have also learned this GPay, doing the GPay very recently. So I am one lady in that 44%, I would say, as compared to 40% of men. So 40% of the men knew how to use mobile money, while only 22% ladies were able to do that. So again, there is a lack of digital financial inclusion. Now, this also happens because sometimes a lady in many households does not have the liberty of managing her own finances. So she doesn't need she doesn't require this digital mobile money or so on. But I'm sure this has to change, and it's slowly changing. And realizing this gender divide. So we all know that the G20 member states, they have all committed to bridging these gaps, not only in digital inclusion, but also in financial inclusion. So if you look at that UN Sustainable Development Growth SDG Goal 5, if you see, it is committed to enhance the use of enabling technology to promote the empowerment of women. So as far as educational institutes like this, as I said, are concerned, one way of achieving this could be by an increase in the scholarships that you give for vocational training, especially for women, for the technical, engineering, and scientific programs, and reservation of seats, as I said, for girl students. Now, Indian government has also taken a lot of steps in this direction, including Stand Up India, PM Mudra Yojana, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. We see the slogan, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, on every auto, on every vehicles around. And a lot of other schemes have been started, and there are a lot of self-help groups which boost women's skills and promote women-led entrepreneurs. It is also heartening to know, again, one figure that I would like to give you, that around 8.59 lakh women-led MSMEs, the medium-scale entrepreneurships, have been registered in the year 2022, in comparison to which was just 4.9 lakh in 2021. So there has been a lot of almost 100% increase in this. And Madam was just now saying that she has also served at Visakhapatnam, Artiji told. So I was reminded, so in BARC, we do get these naval officers, and from the defense forces, we get the officers who are trained in the nuclear aspects. And we had 2 naval officers who told us that they are just not able to go to sites like Visakhapatnam because the basic facilities that are required for women are not there. So slowly, when more and more women officers started getting inducted into the program, then at all sites now we find that there are good basic amenities, like even washrooms, change rooms were not available. But now, that was about maybe 12, 15, 13 years ago, But now when we go to these sites, that we see a lot of women officers around, and all of them are really, I would say, more hardworking than the men that I would see, because they can sit at one place, read the documents, and get familiar very easily compared to the men. I'm sorry for the men around here, but this is something that I have found in women, just because I think they can concentrate better by sitting in one place. So they're all doing very well now, and I feel very happy when I see them in their uniforms as madam is. And at times I wish our department also had a uniform, because uniform ka apna hi ek rutba hota hai. So she's happy that she's able to wear the uniform of India. So having said all this, let me just cite examples where, in spite of these limitations, how women around us every day overcome this barrier of digital literacy, and they learn through their own intuition, hard work, and perseverance. So here I will share the story of my own mother. As I told you, my parents were from a very rural background. So when she got married at the age of 18 and she came to Mumbai, she was, of course, not able to read or write. She did not know how to see the time in a clock. So when the ladies around, they would get together and somebody would ask, what is the time? So someone said, 4:10. So she would run inside, watch the clock, and see that what the needles are showing and how that reflects 4:10. So slowly, this is something like AI, you keep training with lots of data, and then slowly you are able to pick up the algorithm. So that is how she learned how to see the time on a clock. And of course, by the time we all grew up, and I would really say that though my parents were from a rural background, they have supported us so well. In fact, after my BSc, I had got a job, but some of my daddy's colleagues, they said, no, she's doing well. Don't let her go for a job right now. Let her do her master's in physics. So I did my master's in physics, and I was fortunate that I could get entry into Bhabha Atomic Research Center. And that's all, I would say, the pure dedication of my parents, who felt that, okay, maybe she can do better and she should do better. So a big thanks to my parents here at this moment. And finally, when I have 2 daughters and they're all well settled, both of them are well settled. So as my children were growing, they taught my mother how to write ABCD. So she had a phone in which, by, if she sees BAL, she knows it's my name and she knows how to dial that number. So this is how I would say that the women are really efficient, and they can do things in spite of all the limitations. I also know of several ladies who have used the smartphone in a very efficient way. They run these small businesses from home. So they have a huge WhatsApp group. Usme roz dal denge, aaj ye material aaya hai. Whoever is interested, please come and collect. Or these are the purses, these are the boxes that have come today. So they have managed to stay abreast with the technology in their own limited way, and they have come up with solutions how they can contribute to their own household financial situations. So it's a really encouraging thing to see them doing this. So I believe that given the right access to technology, women can really achieve great heights. And in honor and appreciation of such women, like the ones that are sitting here on the dais also, in about July last year, I had written a small poem, which I thought is the right place here to recite this poem. So I have titled this poem, Haan, Hum Mammiyan Hain. So we are all mammiya, but there are all young girls here who at times are going to be mammiyas. So please keep this poem in your mind and remember it as you grow. So the title, as I said, is Haan, Hum Mammiyan Hain. Vastukar Bankar. You know what is a Vastukar? Architect. Okay, Vastukar is architect. वास्तुकार बनकर इमारतों के साथ साथ नन्ही पीढ़ी को तराशने का हौसला रखती हैं। वैज्ञानिक बनकर त्वरक, मंगलयान एवं रिएक्टर के अनुसंधान से, व्हाट इज त्वरक? एनीबॉडी? लाउडर? Accelerator, very good. So Twarak is accelerator. So we have a lot of accelerator research in BARC. So वैज्ञानिक बनकर त्वरक, मंगलयान व रिएक्टर के अनुसंधान से सामाजिक उत्थान व ऊर्जा प्रदान की क्षमता रखती हैं। अर्थशास्त्री बनकर छोटा सा घर क्या, पूरे देश का आर्थिक नियोजन संवारने की काबिलियत रखती हैं। So this is pointing to our finance minister. चिकित्सक बनकर शारीरिक रोगों के साथ सामाजिक मानसिक तक गिनाए मम्मियों के कारनामे, निराला की जमीन पर तोड़ती पत्थर अब अंतरिक्ष जा पहुंची है. So how many of you have read this poem Todti Patthar by Nirala? How many of you are familiar? I am sure the younger generation is not going to be familiar with this poem at all. But it's a lovely poem. Maybe you should do that. Suryakant Tripathi Nirala ji की तोड़ती पत्थर बहुत ही beautiful poem है. तो कहाँ तक गिनाए मम्मियों के कारनामे, निराला की जमीन पर तोड़ती पत्थर अब अंतरिक्ष जा पहुंची है. न केवल आंखें बल्कि सोच खुली करनी है. ना केवल आंखें बल्कि सोच खुली करनी है. मम्मियां वो हैं जो देश चलाने वालों को आशीर्वाद देती हैं. हम जानते हैं कि हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी हमेशा अपनी मम्मी का आशीर्वाद कुछ भी बड़ा करते थे तो लेने जाते थे. हिज फोटोज वुड गो वायरल. सो मम्मियां वो हैं जो देश चलाने वालों को आशीर्वाद देती हैं, और मम्मियां वो हैं जो चीर हरण का जवाब राष्ट्रपति बनकर देती हैं. द्रौपदी जी. सो मम्मियां वो हैं जो चीर हरण का जवाब राष्ट्रपति बनकर देती हैं. So with this poem, I would only like to say that my personal wish is that we really never have to celebrate a Women's Day. In fact, it should be maybe a human day, a day for the mankind, and where, you know, the equality between men and women is so much at a balance that we don't need to remind ourselves that yes, women need to be empowered, women need more powers. So I'm sure that day will also soon come. So with that, again, I wish all of you a very happy Women's Day. Keep thinking what we can do to empower our near around colleagues and our friends. And thanks once again to Dr. Alpana Goyal, to VC ma'am. I had met her earlier, and incidentally, it feels good for me that we share the same first name. She's also Balwinder, I'm also Balwinder. And last time when the names were printed, I told Dr. Alpana, आपने कहीं copy paste में mistake तो नहीं कर दिया है? Then she said, no, वो भी Balwinder ma'am ही है. So thank you very much, madam, for having me here. And as I said, it's a great pleasure to see Aarti ji. And we have some online guests also. I'm sure we are all waiting to hear from them. So thank you very much once again.
God cannot be everywhere. So I think ma'am has given us such a beautiful poem to portray, you know, that even if God cannot be everywhere, but we have our moms who have raised us so beautifully. Thank you, ma'am. You were very good with numbers, coming up with the prevalence data. And thank you, ma'am, for sharing us and our young minds about the gender equality and how women are so supportive to men, and men are equally supportive to the women to run a life. Next, we have State Women Commission is a body which deals with the issues relating to crime against women. There are many incidents where the work of Srimati Anju Chaudhary, Vice Chairperson, State Women Commission, Uttar Pradesh, and ex-mayor of Gorakhpur, has been honored. Her teachings and contributions in the society has ensured the protection and welfare of women. She has handled gender-based issues through timely interventions and has taken immediate steps to create the awareness to public regarding women-based legislation. We would like to hear you, ma'am, about your experiences and views on the protection and equality against any form of the issues faced by women in family and community. Thank you, ma'am.
Namaskar, and a very good morning, or rather afternoon to all of you, especially our chief guest and guest of honors, our very, very respected professors, lecturers, and my dear students. I definitely deem it a matter of pride and privilege to be amongst you this morning at the Amity School of Law in Greater Noida, Amity University, on the occasion of the inaugural of International Women's Week 2023। और मैं हार्दिक बधाई व स्वागत करती हूँ आप सभी का, जिन्होंने समय निकाला है हम महिलाओं के इस सुंदर दिवस के लिए. And at the outset, I would like to quote a few lines of Charyavarti by Divya Jyoti Sansthan. Are men the authority, or is it women who run the world? An endless discrimination and a mystery that never seems to unfurl. Realize that confluence of opposing energies creates the cosmos. Masculine and feminine, both aspects are important for the universe. या यूं कहें कि पुरुष और नारी हमेशा संयुक्त रूप से सृष्टि का निर्माता करती रहे हैं. The UN's theme of 2020-23 for International Women's Day, Digit All, Innovation and Technology for Gender Inequality, is a big boost for all of us. Women empowerment is not just ensuring that we get our basic rights. In the truest form, it is independence, gender equality, filling the gap between male and female, and making all digitally educated. But violence against women still remains an endemic. It's so essential for the society to give her respect and a balanced representation, whether it is economically or socially, politically, or rather in all walks of life. Fortunately, I have been dealing women उत्पीड़न जिसको कहा जाए since the last 4 to 5 decades. As soon as I got married, I got into this field of social service, especially for women, and helping them in matter to. And what I observed, that this digital era had become a big boom for women at large. खास करके पुरुष महिला समानता लाने के लिए, जबकि हम देखते हैं कि इतने एफर्ट के बाद भी पुरुष प्रधानता या डोमिनेंस कम नहीं हो रहा है. सोच बदलने की जरूरत है और पुरुष विशेष रूप से हमें एक समझना पड़ेगा कि हम एक हैं और हम बराबर के हैं इस सोसाइटी को आगे लाने के लिए. But I feel that the society does not accept that female and male are equal, especially in the political field. The percentage of सुरक्षित रखना, आरक्षित रखना, इन सब चीजों पर मैं विश्वास नहीं करती हूँ. मुझे लगता है हम बराबर हैं और बराबर में हर जगह बराबरी का सम्मान मिलना चाहिए, स्थान मिलना चाहिए. As far as the household is concerned, it is still the women, the mother, who is responsible for the bringing up of the children and taking care of the household. There are hardly homes where men also work equally with her, side by side, कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर चलते हैं. बहुत कम ऐसे घर हैं जहाँ की पुरुष अपने को उतना ही जिम्मेदार समझता है. And in fact, the hard earned money or salary or income that a woman earns is again in the hands of the husband, and she has had very little access to her own income and her own money. But in the coming generation, the introduction of Mission Shakti, digital technology, and gender equality is empowering women, strengthening them, and they are becoming stronger. But then the law has to be implemented, and it has to be time bound, especially giving justice to the most tortured and mentally or physically tortured women. स्वावलंबन और आत्मनिर्भरता के साथ नारी सशक्त हो सकती है और शिक्षित हो रही है, डिजिटली जागरूक हो रही है और आगे बढ़ रही है. स्टेट वुमेन्स कमीशन में लगभग 80% केसेस हमारे पास ईमेल से और व्हाट्सएप से आता है, और उन एप्लीकेशंस के साथ में हम आधार कार्ड को, जिसे सब बहुत अच्छे से जानते हैं कि ये उनका आईडी है, उसके द्वारा उनके उत्पीड़न को सुनकर उसे हम चंद घंटों में डील कर पाते हैं और उनकी समस्या का जहाँ तक हो सकता समाधान करने में आगे बढ़ते हैं. कई सुसाइड और जला देने के केसेस हमारे सामने आते रहे हैं और उनका सत्यापन करना, उन्हें सही कल्प्रिट को सजा दिलाना, इसका हम काफी दिनों तक इसके तहत तक जाके उसका हम निदान करते हैं, उस समस्या का समाधान करते हैं। लेकिन ये सब होता है मोबाइल के द्वारा, और स्पेशली जब भी पैंडेमिक हुआ था कोविड में द्वारा लगभग 380 केसेस हमने घर बैठे डील किया, और उनमें से बहुत I think more than 70% was solved out just sitting at home with the small mobile. सरकार द्वारा बैंक में खाता खोलने का जो कार्य किया गया था, वो was the beginning. That was the beginning of bringing the illiterate, the poor, the backward, the tribal, the young, the old, all on one platform. They all learned how to take monetary help from the government, और जो भी उनको योजनाएं सरकार लॉन्च करती है उसका कैसे लाभ उठाएं। डायरेक्टली बैंक में उनका अकाउंट जाता था, इसमें ट्रांसपेरेंसी था, और उसके द्वारा कैसे वो अपना बैंक में खाता इस्तेमाल करें, पैसे निकालें और उसे कहीं लगाएं, ये सब उन लोगों ने डिजिटल दुनिया का ही ये खेल है। और जो समूह जो स्टार्ट किया है सरकार ने, स्वयंसेवी संस्थान, उसके योजना के माध्यम से भी गृहिणी अपने को छोटे से छोटे मोटे उद्योग, गृह उद्योग शुरू करना, लोन लेकर बहुत ही कम इंटरेस्ट में लोन पाकर महिलाएं रूरल और अर्बन एरियाज में बिजनेस कर पा रही हैं, और आज कई महिलाएं बिजनेस एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनकर कई लोगों को साथ लेकर चल रही हैं। ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। They have learned that how they can do transactions themselves, and in fact during the lockdown जो वेजिटेबल वाला था या राशन वाला था या जो भी सप्लाई आपको घर में जरूरत होती थी, वो हैंड टू हैंड डिलीवरी हो जाता था, होम डिलीवरी हो जाता था, और ये सब सिर्फ उस छोटे से हैंडी एसेट मोबाइल द्वारा होता था। तो इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर द डिजिटल कल्चर that because this digital culture supports and thrives on rapid innovation, whether it is an industry or creative, or handmade products or homemade products. All this is possible, and women are using it and taking full advantage of it because of the digital world. The unlimited apps, different languages, informations, demonstrations, videos, complaints, help desks have boosted up the women to be self-independent and sort out their problems and become an earning member of the family. And these devices like computers, laptops, smartphones, mobiles, calculators, and the apps like WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger, YouTube, Google, have become part of the most urban and rural women, and it has become their lifestyle now. Today, she has proved that she has shown her ability brilliantly, and the family realizes that she is the backbone and the future of the family. And any ill treatment or torture on her will be taken up immediately. Her role as a sister, wife, as a mother, mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, all have to be given respect, और बहु उत्पीड़न हो या पत्नी उत्पीड़न हो, इसको सबसे पहले करने के पहले वो सोच ले, क्योंकि सामने महिला आयोग, हेल्पलाइन, महिला थाना, इन सबको विद इन आवर्स इंफॉर्मेशन मिल सकता है और उस पर कार्रवाई हो सकती है। तो इसलिए ये जरूरी है कि लिव इन रिलेशन, सेकेंड मैरिज विदाउट डिवोर्स, दहेज उत्पीड़न, maintenance for the women who have been left by the husband, और प्रॉपर्टी पर जो राइट्स है उनके, इन सब के लिए उन्हें सुरक्षित रखने के लिए महिला कहीं भी जा सकती है और उसे मदद मिल सकता है। इस बात का पुरुष ध्यान दें, क्योंकि हम लोग महिला आयोग से इन्हीं केसेस पर ज्यादा डील करते हैं और उनका समाधान निकालते हैं। Here I would like to give an example of my maid servant who was very keen to study, and after her marriage she and her husband both को मैंने एम्प्लॉय किया और उन्हें पढ़ने का भी समय निकालने को दिया। और मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि आज से 15-20 साल पहले जब ये मोबाइल का युग आया तो उसकी 2 बेटियां जो हुई उन्हें उसने पढ़ाया लिखाया, और पढ़ा लिखा कर एक को उसने जज बना दिया, दूसरी को उसने एक डॉक्टर बना दिया। और ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि हर समय वो हमसे सजेशन लेती रहती थी, और बाद में जब वो गांव चली गई तब भी वो हमसे बच्चों को कहाँ पढ़ाए कैसे पढ़ाए, और मैंने उसे मदद सब बाय पेटीएम या बाय अकाउंट में डिजिटली पैसे ट्रांसफर करके उसको हर तरह से हेल्प करके उनको पढ़ने का पूरी व्यवस्था किया। और वो पढ़ लिख करके जब जज और डॉक्टर बन गई तो एक दिन वो कार से अपनी जज डॉक्टर के साथ जब मेरे पास आई और आकर मेरे पाँव पकड़ करके वो उसने जब मुझसे धन्यवाद ज्ञापन किया और बताया ऐसा, क्योंकि पहले उसने नहीं बताया कि बेटी आप क्या कर रही हैं। जब बेटियां लाइन पर पकड़ ली तो उसके विचार में आया कि मैं जब मेरी बेटियां जब कुछ बन जाएंगी तभी मैं अंजू मैडम के पास जाऊंगी, मैं बहू जी हमको बोला करती थी के पास जाऊंगी। और जब वो कार से आई और उतरी मेरे पाँव पकड़ लिया तो मैं बता नहीं सकती हूँ कि मुझे कितनी प्रसन्नता हुई, और मैं व्यक्त नहीं कर सकती हूँ कि मैंने किस तरह से मैं वो मोमेंट भूल ही नहीं सकती हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे ये लगा कि आज ये मोबाइल नहीं होता और वो हमसे संपर्क नहीं रखती तो मैं ना तो मॉनिटरी हेल्प कर पाती, ना या कहीं अप्रोच लगाना था या कहीं उसकी एडमिशन के लिए कहना था, ये सब कुछ भी नहीं कर पाती। तो मुझे बेहद प्रसन्नता हुई इस बात का कि मैंने उसको किसी तरह से हर तरह से जहां तक हो सका उसकी मदद मैंने किया, और आज वो इतनी सक्सेसफुल हुई है। तो इस तरीके से हम देखते हैं कि महिला अगर महिला को सपोर्ट करना चाहे तो वो सपोर्ट करके अपनी बेटी बहू को आगे बढ़ा सकती है, लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम महिला ही महिला की दुश्मन कई बार बन जाती है, और सास के रूप में जब वो आती है तो रूप उसकी दूसरी हो जाती है, माँ के रूप में दूसरा हो जाता है। इस चीज के ऊपर हमें ध्यान देना पड़ेगा, और पुरुष को भी इस बात को समझना पड़ेगा कि आज उसकी पत्नी उसके बच्चों की माँ है, और कल उसकी पत्नी उसके बच्चों की सास बनेगी, उसकी घर की विधाता वही है। तो इसको सम्मान देना और उसको साथ लेकर चलना उनका दायित्व बनता है। This outstanding technology is a big contribution to today's society and women empowerment. नारी को सबल और समर्थ बनाने के लिए कई नई योजनाएं सरकार और ला रही है, जैसे कि कुछ दिन पहले ही हमारी एक बड़ी नेता ने अपने सामने आपके सामने रखा था और बताया था कि क्या क्या योजनाएं हमारी सरकार लाने वाली है। The distribution of laptops, smartphones, together with educating them how to use it, especially in the rural areas and with elder women, should be encouraged. At the same time, I feel that the creamy layer, when they discard their mobiles, they should give it to the people who are the needy and who don't have any knowledge of mobile, and they learn. The servant does not know अक्षर का भी ज्ञान नहीं है तो भी वो फोन कर पाता है, क्योंकि वो सिंबल लगा करके या अक्षर लगा करके धीरे धीरे सीखता है। तो इससे बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज हो रहा है हमारे समाज को। And lastly, the 4 ways which I think any organization or institution can empower women in this technological age is representation, enough to make real cultural change. Secondly, ownership, which paves the way of learning and giving opportunity to more and more people. Again, the third method is monitoring, can prepare women for the future, because whatever cases have come to me, I have been monitoring them all the time after 10 days, 15 days, 1 month, asking what their problem was, whether it has come to the way, जहां मैंने कहा था, जिस थाने में कहा था, या जिस व्यक्ति से कहा था, या जिसके पति से बात किया था परिवार से, तो वो सॉर्ट आउट हुआ या नहीं, उसको मॉनिटर करना बहुत जरूरी है। आप अगर किसी को लैपटॉप देते तो मॉनिटर कीजिए कि वो लैपटॉप को यूज कर पा रहा है कि नहीं, मोबाइल देते हैं वो यूज कर पा रहा है कि नहीं, वो क्या क्या नई चीजें हैं उसको सिखाएं। ये बहुत जरूरी है हमारे लिए कि हम जो भी कार्य करें उसको मॉनिटर करते रहें, क्योंकि अगर आप मॉनिटर नहीं कर रहे हैं तो आपके किए हुए कार्य की जो कहा जाए कि द प्राइस ऑफ ग्रेटनेस लाइज इन टू एक्सेप्ट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। तो you may be great, you may be a big person who has donated and devoted themselves to society, but then you have to monitor that whatever you have given has been fairly utilized and well utilized. And the last thing which is very important is that advocating for women to start leadership and spread this technology, because unless we get with the women to start it, we will not be able to help this technology to go forward and digit all and empower women will be वहीं का वहीं रह जाएगा जहाँ से वो शुरू हुआ था। तो ये जरूरी है कि हम इस बात पर ध्यान दें और अपने महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाने में अपना पूरा योगदान दें, क्योंकि जिंदगी ऐसे जिए कि लोग फरियाद न करें, लोग जिंदगी ऐसे जिए कि लोग फरियाद करें, जिंदगी ऐसे जिए कि लोग आपको याद करें। फरियाद करने का मौका ना मिले, आपको याद करने का मौका दें जिंदगी में, तो आप हमेशा याद रखेंगे। और वर्क, सोशल वर्क तो वही है कि नेकी करो और गंगा में डालो। इसी तरीके से आज के इस डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में हमें आगे बढ़ना है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आप सभी के प्रति अपना आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, स्पेशली द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जिन लोगों ने किया है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड द पार्टिसिपेंट्स and all who are here present and who have given me a patient hearing. Thank you so much. I may have spoken a few wrong words, but then again, I cannot see any one of you. I'm just speaking what I thought and I felt that I should put in front of you. Thank you so much. Amity School of Law. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am. The information about women empowerment, gender equality, and contribution of women in the society was enriching. We have indefinitely learned how to incorporate digital revolution for the upliftment and empowerment of women. I request all the audience again to be calm and quiet.
We take this opportunity to welcome one of our representative, guest of honor, Dr. Vanati Srinivasan. So I request Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am, VC ma'am, Alpana ma'am, and Shefali Rahzada ma'am to facilitate her with the saplings. I also request Sharda Chaturvedi and her team to come on the stage to honor and give away the sapling to Vanati ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. अभी तो एक और Give him a big round of applause. We also request Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am and Shefali ma'am to honor Gitanjali ma'am. She is a national executive member of Noida BJP Women's Wing. May I request you to come on the stage, ma'am, please? We have with us Gitanjali ma'am, Shefali ma'am, Give them a big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, ma'am. Our Prime Minister Narendra Singh Modi said, respect for women is an important pillar for India's growth, and stressed the need to extend support to Nari Shakti. Shrimati Vanathi Srinivasan, National President, Women's Wing, BJP, represents the energetic women leadership of the party. Belonging to a very humble agricultural family, she had handled many responsibilities and highlighted the ongoing organizational work and future strategies that aimed at empowering women. Her work in the society is commendable and gives us an inspiration to stand for right, stand for yourself. Ma'am, we invite you to kindly address our young minds.
Good morning. Namaskar. Namaste. Vanakkam. Respected Ranjana Bhatia ji and other distinguished guests on the dais, and dear students and other staff members and my beloved sisters from Bharatiya Janata Party. So, namaskar. It's a very interesting topic. How many of you have seen the news that Bill Gates has met some of our cabinet ministers and he has expressed his opinion about India's digital empowerment? How many of you? Please raise your hand. No. And I feel that everyone is connected with it digitally. You are always busy with your cell phone. Now, in your cell phone also, you just go through that what Bill Gates has said about India's digital empowerment. See, we could see that what is the development that is happening around us across the world. How the digital is making or transferring the lives of crores of people. India is in one country where we could proudly say that digital means only not for the people who is affluent or elite or educated. More than that, how digital transformation has changed the lives of crores of people, particularly women of this country. Just I would like to share some of the experience that I had in my life, in my political journey. Before 8 years or before 10 years, the women in the family, the two among the rural women, if we would ask them whether you had taken any photograph of yours in your life. For your surprise, I am telling you, 30% of these women of this country, they did not have a photograph of their own in their entire life. When Aadhaar comes, then everyone has been taken photograph and they have been given an identity for themselves. And this Aadhaar is one of the very important steps in our country, that everyone has been identified with their name and photograph. And after that, you just imagine that crores of women in our country, they did not have their toilets, did not have their bank accounts, they did not have a safe drinking water, and women owning the property, immobile property, is less than 3% in the country. And you just think about, we are telling that all citizens are equal in this country, but only very few are getting the opportunity to have an access with a better lifestyle. having access to the what we think that it is all sophisticated tools in our life to achieve our aspiration, achieve our goals. But now, women in a tribal village could access for a better health advice under e-Sanjeevani. This is what the transformation has been taken place in this country. The women, even though they work in their life 24/7 and getting some salary for them, but they did not have the right to keep it for themselves and spend it on their, as per their wish. But after opening of an account now, a former woman, she is using an ATM card. And she is spending her money, but normally the women, they spend the money for the welfare of the family or education for their children or feeding in the family. It's a normal behavior of any mother or a woman. Whatever money they get, they spend it for the welfare of the family. And after creating the Jan Dhan account, 48 crores of new accounts have been opened, in which more than 55% of the account holders are women in this country. And it's not only about having an access to the financial inclusion, having a better access to get the government scheme without any interference from any third party. Suppose day before yesterday, Honorable PM Narendra Modi ji has given crores of rupees and he transferred those amounts into the accounts of our farmers. Every year, farmers of our country are getting 6,000 rupees as a subsidy or an allowance under the scheme for the farmers' welfare. But before, when any amount that is being given in Delhi to reach the farmers, it is being endorsed by the previous Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi ji that only 2 to 3% is reaching to the beneficiary. Now, because of the digital transformation, because of the digital connectivity, with the speed, with the transparency, without any interference, the crores of people in this country are getting their benefit, are getting access to the financial inclusion, or whatever they deserve, whatever they are entitled to get it from the government. And you just imagine that a woman who did not have any facility, these are all the basic needs in their life of having the toilets. So again, of the digital transformation, the government could able to identify the women through the Aadhaar link scheme and they could able to provide them. It is all targeted intervention of the government. Only they have taken out a framework that where the people are in need of any basic infrastructure in their life, they need. The targeted reaching out to the poor people that has been given a very big boost in alleviating the poverty situation of India. And the digital transformation is also an important factor for any women entrepreneurs. Nowadays, the women are saying that we did not have time to go for a shopping and we are going this online shopping. Or any women who are doing any business, even in the rural areas, they could able to sell their product through the digital platform. A woman in Ladakh could sell the product to the women of Tamil Nadu or in Karnataka. So these are all the ways, because of the digital connectivity, the empowerment is taking place at the first phase. So you are the people who are the students from the psychology as well as the law department. Psychology normally, which tells about the dependency of the people. Normally in our family, the people would tell that the women are dependent compared with the men. Because for traveling, for having access to the resources in the family, normally we tell that the women are dependent. And because of the digital transformation, the dependency of the women has been reduced. Now on their own, they're taking their products to the market and they're getting access to the government scheme. And also, because of the bank accounts, they are spending the money whichever way they want to spend for the family. So these are all the some key areas where India is changing in a very big way of attaining the empowerment through digital connectivity. And we, as an educated people, we better understand how the vaccination program of this country. Even the developed countries, they could not able to provide the vaccination certificate digitally. But India, in every area, the people would look about the opportunities, how to make the digital connectivity to improve their business and also the improving the living standard of them. And by this way, the PM is thinking that it is not only the empowering the women-led empowerment, what he is envisioning. His vision is that women-led development. It is not that we are something that we are giving to women. And women has to lead the family, lead the society, lead the nation. For which the digital era is helping in a big way. And we have to take the message to the people around us. And with these few words, I would like to conclude. And thank you for the opportunity for the Amity Law School and as well as the university, and to Mrs. Ekta Gupta for inviting me for this August gathering. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time and for such a dynamic and vibrant speech. And thank you for motivating our young minds also, young women who are sitting here in the auditorium, and to ignite them to join the politics and serve the country in their better own way. Thank you once again, ma'am.
It's our immense pleasure to thank you all our distinguished speakers and dignitaries who honor us and mark their impeccable effect by their presence and by their kind words. We would like to request our Honorable VC ma'am, Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am, Dr. Shefali Raizada, and Dr. Alpana Goyal to honor and felicitate our guest with memento. Dr. Aarti Sareen. We'll start with Vanati ma'am, Vanati Srinivasan. Give her a big round of applause. Dr. Air Marshal Aarti Sareen ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. B.K. Sapra. And a very big thank you to Anjum Chaudhary ma'am, who is not with us, but her presence is and their words are affect us. After the warm felicitation, in everything we must say thanks. Thank you is the best prayer that anyone could say. Thank you is the best prayer that anyone could say, and I say thanks a lot. Thank you express extreme gratitude, humility, and understanding. So we would request Dr. Alpana Goyal, Co-Chairperson International Women's Week 2023, to deliver vote of thanks to all the dignitaries and distinguished guests. Please welcome Dr. Alpana Goyal ma'am.
कमजोर नहीं हम, कोमल हैं हम, कमजोर नहीं हैं, शक्ति का नाम ही नारी है, जग को जीवन देने वाली, मौत को भी तुझसे हारी है. Any day of the year makes for a perfect opportunity to support and celebrate the women in your life. However, March 8th marked a very important day, International Women's Day. This global day recognizes women's incredible achievement, raises awareness, and encourages others to advocate for the gender equality. Honorable Founder President Sir, Chairperson Madam, Chancellor Sir, respected Vice Chancellor Madam, our most valued invited subject expert, matter expert, guest, dean, head of the institution, faculty member, and my dear student, it is my proud privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks for the inaugural function of celebration of International Women's Day 2023. I thank our founder president, sir, for it is his vision and leadership that has brought revolutionary change in education sector. My enormous respect for you, sir. We are humble. Our gratitude towards Chancellor for his constant motivation and encouragement for such a developmental activity. Special thanks to Pooja Madam for giving an opportunity to organize this mega event. I also wish to express my sincere thanks to Vice Chancellor Madam for her unlimited support and guidance for conducting activity on the days of global importance. On behalf of our entire organizing team, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers and subject matter experts for sharing their views with us, valuable experience and journey. This is going to motivate many more candidates to pursue their dream and encourage the society as a whole to promote and help women flourish in the area of their interest. I convey thanks to all the esteemed guests, Dean, Director of the Amity institutions for adding value to this celebration. Special thanks to our Chair, Professor Dr. Ranjana Bhatia Madam, for the excellent program and coordination. Congratulations to each one of the organizing team member. I have been fortunate to be a part of this team, which is motivated and dedicated to their work. Most important are the students. So thank you very much for your patience and attending this important program. I deeply appreciate all your untiring efforts, both individually and cohesively as a team. I thank all the senior officials of the IT team, administrative department of Amity University for the infrastructure arrangement in the moot court, guest house, and the catering arrangement. Thank you all for your participation. Have a great day. Thanks.
Janani Janma Bhumischa, Swargadapi Garyasi.
Yes, the mother and the motherland are to be worshipped.
Yes, indeed. Women are born beautiful.
A very fine afternoon to one and all present here, most respected panelists on the dais, and dear Amitians. Let's celebrate this beauty which transcends Purush and Prakriti.
I, Vatsalya Vajpayee,
and I, Soumya Chopra,
welcome you all in this unique event which celebrates the spirit of femininity. We at Amity University believe in the concept of Vasudev Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is a family, as speaks the vision of our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan.
Amity is a world-class innovation and technology-driven university in where modernity blends with tradition. Amity University offers courses on campus and through distance mode in number of fields at undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral levels. It has campuses in India and overseas branches in London, Dubai, Singapore, and New York.
We are 11 campuses in India and a total of 16 campuses around the globe, which makes us one of the largest chain of universities providing quality education with approximately 175,000 students and above.
International Women's Day celebration has been a tradition in our university, as it is a true reflection of our progress and thoughts.
Nowadays, digital world has taken over all the spheres of life, whether it be economic, financial, social, and even political. People ideas are highly shaped digitally, and hence the theme of this year's celebration we take the initiative of empowering women in the digital arena.
Yatra Naryastu Pujayante Ramante Tatra Devta. Let's mark the start today, where we embark women empowerment in its true sense. For only when we all come together can we be the change we wish to see in the world.
On that note, I would like to call upon our most respected faculty convener, Dr. Ekta Gupta ma'am, along with our student conveners, Ms. Tripti Roy and Mr. Vasu Agarwal, to take the event further.
Thank you, Vatsalya Soumya. I please request everybody to please calm and be patient. Settle down fast, please. I request Professor Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am, Professor Dr. Shefali Raizada ma'am to kindly welcome our panelists, Shrimati Dipti Rawat Bhardwaj and Shrimati Reema Kunduji. Ma'am, please. Ma'am. I request everybody to please settle down. Please settle down. नारी शक्ति श्रेष्ठ है, नारी जग की शान है, नारी के सम्मान से ही इस युग का कल्याण है. With this opening remarks, I want to introduce our honorable panelist, Shrimati Dipti Rawat Bhardwaj ji. She is a General Secretary of Mahila Morcha BJP. Ma'am has been a student of Delhi University. She has been the Student Union Secretary from 2002 to 2003. After that, ma'am was the National Executive Committee member and State Girls Coordinator of Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad. From 2007 to 2010, she was a National Executive Committee member, Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha. After that, she was the BJP state spokesperson from 2010 to 2013. Followed by, she has become the BJP state secretary from the year 2013 to 2016. Shrimati Dipti Bhardwaj ji has been a news anchor, a journalist, a diversified woman who now upholding a post of National General Secretary of Mahila Morcha BJP. We welcome you, ma'am.
Our next guest on the dais is Mrs. Reema Kunduji, DGM India Engineers Limited. Mrs. Reema Kundu completed her BTech in Instrumentation and Electronics from the prestigious Jadavpur University, Kolkata in 1999. Thereafter, she joined Engineers India Limited, a leading Navratna public sector undertaking. The same year as a management trainee, and thereafter had reached her present designation of Deputy General Manager in 2017. Madam is having experience in designing automation system for metallurgy industry for Nalco Jindal Steel, as well as recent highly sought after green hydrogen complex of various Indian clients to meet our future energy needs. She owns multiple feathers on her cap. She's a perfectionist to the core. Glad to have you amongst us, ma'am.
This esteemed panel will be moderated by our Additional Director and Joint Head Professor, Dr. Shefali Raizada ma'am. Dr. Shefali Raizada, Additional Director, ALSN, AUUP, is a visionary leader with an insight of a perfection at every bit and piece. She is an epitome of humbleness and all the qualities which embrace womanhood. She is an embodiment of success deeply rooted with culture, with her numerous activities, including conferences, publication, and what not all, leading to what is called blend of versatile. We are utmost grateful to have her as the moderator of today's panel.
I request Professor Dr. Shefali Raizada to kindly start with the panel discussion. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, all our panelists here, Chairperson of International Women's Day, Professor Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am, all the faculty colleagues and dear students. First of all, मैं चाहूंगी कि सारे स्टूडेंट्स, चाहे यहाँ गर्ल्स हैं चाहे बॉयज हैं, एक बार जरा शांत होके देखिए, यू विल फील सो गुड. हो सकता है परेशानी हो, मे बी यू आर फीलिंग little hot, maybe little busy, but for a while you just be quiet and silence. I think beauty is also there to feel that silence, calm and quiet. This panel discussion is brought to you for not discussion, very, very material things and tangible things. We are here to discuss very, very practical things which are the part of our life, not as a woman, not as a man, but as a humankind or human being. You just feel, all of you are, this is a special request to all the girls sitting here, very, very beautiful, dynamic, wonderful women. Each one of you have so talent. I always admire my girls, students of Amity. Just recognize and acknowledge your talent and be forward. And think about, I'm strong. Have a very, very good affirmations for yourself. I'm strong. I have self-worth. I'm beautiful. I'm not exactly perfect, but try to be perfect. And I'm just myself. So this is actually you just promise yourself today on this occasion of the International Women's Day celebration week of the Amity to think about yourself and to acknowledge your self-worth. So today we have the panelist with us, as already been introduced to you, Ms. Rima Kundu ma'am and Deepti Rawat ma'am. So the two strong women amongst us, they are all role models. They are the women of the digital world. They are the women they have the various multifaceted roles to play. And these are the role models for you and the examples for you to see yourself in them or to see them in your own role. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman, what that I am. This is said that the fastest way to change the society is to mobilize the women of the world. And you are the part of that world. You may be thinking how, as a single person, I can change the world. It's not necessary to you will bring a revolutionary change. The smaller change can bring the revolution. The small step can bring the transformation. It is you and your brain, your heart and soul needs to realize and to feel what to do. Today is the day to think about what you can do in your circumscribed manner, in your confined life. You are the all students, I can understand you are living with the family. You are as per the guidance of your teachers and parents. But still, the revolution is in our mind to bring some change. So first of all, it is, as I told you, a woman is born with the power to save and love. Her existence is based on the truthfulness in her eyes. Your persona, your aura, your eyes are the reflection of that change. Many things have been changed in our society. The topic of the day is the digital. We are connecting the women with the digital world. But many things are still lagging. We are lagging behind. This is the practical point. We are still very much behind the scene. And we are talking about the technology and digital world. But it is you, how to connect those lacunas to bridge the gap between the digital world and the past. So first of all, with regard to the to proceed further this panel discussion, I'm still hearing some noise, and it would be difficult to understand what the panelists need to convey to you if you are talking continuously. If you are wanting to talk, you please leave. You can leave. Otherwise, don't make noise, please. It is a very gracious moment for all of us key panelists. They have come to Amity to address you, to share, and they have given their very, very precious and busy time to all of us. We have to pay the regards and respect to their time and to their presence here. So first of all, I would request our first panelist, Ms. Reema Kundu Madam, to say a few words in connection of empowering women in the digital world. What is the theme of the day? So request ma'am to give your deliberations, please.
Good afternoon, Amitians. Thank you. UN 7th Secretary General, Mr. Kofi Annan once said, am I audible? Am I audible? No? Okay. Is it okay now? I can't hear. Hello? Yes. 7th Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Kofi Annan once said, gender equality is more than a good itself. It is a precondition for meeting the challenge of reducing poverty, providing sustainable development, and building good governance. At the outset, I'd like to say that Women's Day celebration doesn't in any way demean the male members of this society, but rather is a celebration of entire humankind to help the woman who somewhat missed the race to success and goals that had nurtured due to the male-centric society. Isn't it? I can't hear. Isn't it? What's your call? Thank you. In a way, we can term this as a Thanksgiving Day for all the men and women of the society who help eradicate the gender bias still prevalent in some section of our society. India has made vast strides since her independence 75 years ago. As we look back at the journey thus far, we have much to be proud of, especially in the field of women empowerment. Women today are striding forward side by side and at times even ahead of men in so many fields, while new ceilings and barriers continue to be smashed, be it space, armed forces, science and technology, and sports. Alongside this, another aspect that stands out is the recent digital transformation of India's landscape. Far-reaching changes touching every aspect of the average citizen's life have put into motion at dizzying pace the way we live, eat, shop, study, travel, bank, and work have undergone sea change for the better within the last decade. The main driver of this change is the Digital India initiative of our government of India that gave a massive push to adoption of digital means of financial and other transactions of crores of Indians. This does not mean that Digital India merely meant for the use of apps for functions like shopping by only a few elite group of citizens. Rather, it has led to the social and economic benefits for all those it has touched, right down to the common citizen, including women on the streets. The inclusive character of Digital India not only makes it a unique initiative, but also reflects the core philosophy of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. This has been facilitated by providing access to high-speed internet to the farthest hamlet, ensuring access to assisted digital services for those who cannot use digital technology and providing digital literacy, all of which had been key to making digital growth inclusive. In order to provide some perspective to the gargantuan efforts underway, optical fiber had been laid in 1.83 lakh gram panchayats under BharatNet in order to provide high-speed internet to every village across the country. As in 2014, there were only 80,000 common service centers, or CSCs, as you know, which is an entity under Ministry of Electronics and IT for providing assisted delivery of digital services to common citizens, offering only a few services. Today, there are nearly 4 lakh CSCs. These CSCs are offering banking, insurance, state and central government services, passport, PAN services, digital literacy, rural e-commerce, and pre-litigation advice, among a host of other services. India today is more than 600 million smartphone users out of 1.2 billion mobile phone connections, 133 Aadhaar cards, and more than 80 crore internet users, something that has both driven as well as been boosted by Digital India. The noteworthy point here is that this phenomena has greatly facilitated a bridging of the gender divide. Studies have shown that there still exists a gap between smartphone internet usage between men and women in India. According to India Inequality Report 2022, Digital Divide, released in December, India women are 15% less likely to own a mobile phone and 33% less likely to use mobile internet services than men. Despite this obvious divide that is a result of age-old prejudices and beliefs, things are changing and fast, especially after the pandemic, when the people were forced to go online for a variety of reasons, economic and education, to name 2. A survey last year found that 2 out of 3 households in India where women weren't using a smartphone and gadget until 10 years ago are now doing so for a myriad of online activities like banking, e-commerce, etc. Until 5 years ago, 2 to 3 households in India have seen women leave job after childbirth for obvious childcare routines. With work from home policy of government and various leading organizations, a digitization outcome more visible after pandemic, India is harnessing the talent powerhouse of women folk who not only contributed their effort to the organization, but were able to maintain work-life balance, not to forget the immense help from their male counterparts who also had balanced life with work from home culture to help their spouses meet their desired targets. While we still have some way to go with regard to mitigating gender inequality, the digital transformation is set to give this a major boost as it empowers women to make their own choices and decisions simply by having access to data and broadband. The government also has taken initiatives to bridge the digital divide. One such scheme is Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksharta Abhiyan, which aims to make at least one person across rural households digitally literate. This includes training to operate computers or digital devices like smartphones to use and operate services like digital payments, avail government services and schemes, operate email, and use digital services for nation building. The schemes aim to target specific groups like women, SC/STs, the differently abled, to name a few. Other initiatives taken by corporate sector of women include facility of rejoining work after a long hiatus due to childbirth or other reasons, 4 days week option, workability for work from home. We in Engineers India Limited, also one of the pioneers in not only empowering the highly qualified workforce, but also is part of various government initiatives in this regard. As part of CSR or company social responsibility, EIL is providing apprentice training to the lady members as Skill India Initiative, Girl Child Education, redistributing old PCs to various villages to enable them to be part of IT revolution. EIL is also part of government initiative of optical fiber laying across length and breadth of the country for digital connectivity to each and every corner. From Sudha Murthy complaining to telco's chairman about men-only gender bias in 1974, to this day in 2023, we in EIL proudly proclaim to be having one of the highest percentage of women employees in public sector unit under Ministry of Petroleum. We have indeed traversed a long way. No doubt there a lot needs to be done. The uneven distribution of basic amenities like drinking water, sanitation, education still merit attention. However, the spread and pace of digital transformation through schemes like this will only accelerate the process of reaching out to the last citizen, especially the last woman. Once more and more women are empowered to take their own social and economic decisions literally in their palms of their hand, boosted by the power of the internet and digital India. It is hoped that a long-standing gender inequality in our country will get mitigated at an exponentially rate, faster rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reema Kundu ma'am. सबका साथ सबका विश्वास, कितने खूबसूरती से ये इस शब्द का यहाँ पर जो वर्जन रीमा कुंडू जी ने दिया वो समझने और उसका अर्थ लगाने का बहुत बड़ा काम आप लोगों का है. Digital India, because digital literacy, she has spoken about the digital literacy and digital education. Up till now, we were talking about the primary education or secondary education. Now you can see the change has come in our mission or our national mission of the government mission, now the digital literacy. How beautifully she has connected being an engineer or the technical person. She's a DGM, and she has given how the corporate CSR means corporate responsibility or social responsibility, how it is being converted into a digital training and digital education to the girl child or the girls or the women of the rural areas. It's now the responsibility on us, as we belong to an education institution. What I told you in the beginning, each one of you can bring the revolution within your own confined manner. So this is the revolution, how you can teach something which are the needy, unprivileged, and marginalized sections. She has also given in her deliberations that it is very difficult to define in India how to convert the 100. So she has given a very big statistics of numbering how the apps. Digitalization doesn't mean what you use the mobiles, you download the apps and you start. No, you can do, being a young girls or being a young boys, you can do. But how it can be converted into a fruitful manner so that it could be useful for others also, not only you. So this is the one thing you can do being a young girls or young boys. She has also described about how the internet now reaching across the country, because the Paytms and the Aadhaar or many the digital payment systems and all are now reaching to each one of the corner of the nation. So we are proceeding towards the digitalization, though we are not. Still, we have to reach to the 100%, but still, mission is still go on. So how beautifully she has described what are the role of the technical or being a woman, how we can convert India towards the 100% digital India, a digital country. So thank you so very much, Rima Kunduji, for your how you connected the gender equality also. She has very beautifully discussed the gender equality, how the mitigation of the gender inequality in the digital or through the digital world or the digital media or digital means media. So these are the very beautifully described the discourses, deliberations given by the Rima Kunduji. And we will come back to you after Deepti Rawatji's deliberations. And I think students, this is the best platform to raise questions, to ask what to do. So we will come back at the last stage. So now I would move forward and I would request Ms. Deepti Rawat to please add your inputs and give your deliberations, please.
Namaskar to everyone. Good afternoon to all students. Here in the panel on the dais, Professor Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ji, she's right now chairperson of this International Women's Day programs, and our the moderator of this session, as well as the co-chairperson of IWD, I will say, Dr. Shifali Raizada ji, and my co-panelist, Ms. Rima Kundu ji, and to all students and faculty members, namaskar. देखिए बहुत सारी चीजें अभी यहाँ पर रीमा जी ने बहुत डिटेल में डिजिटल वर्ल्ड के बारे में आपको बताएं कि हाउ इंडिया इज ग्रोइंग डिजिटली. तो मैं एक छोटा सा फ्रेज आपके सामने कहूंगी जो मुझे यहाँ बैठे बैठे याद आया, मैंने लिखा उसे कि अ पर्सन्स कैरेक्टर इज नॉट measured in the beautiful times, you know, in the daylight. It is measured when when you are in the dark, what you are in the dark. So, dark means केवल अंधेरा नहीं है. Dark का मतलब है difficult times. और वो डिफिकल्ट किसी के लिए कुछ भी हो सकता है. हो सकता है आप कॉलेज आ रहे हैं, आप यूनिवर्सिटी आ रहे हैं, उस दिन बहुत बारिश होती है, लेकिन आपको यूनिवर्सिटी जाना इम्पोर्टेंट है, आपकी कोई ज़रूरी क्लास है, और फिर भी आप उस क्लास को करने आते हैं, तो दैट इज़ अ डिफिकल्ट टाइम फॉर यू. मे बी बहुत गर्मी है उस दिन, या वो भी एक डिफिकल्ट टाइम हो सकता है. और मैं आपसे कहूँगी कि इस हॉल में एसी वर्क नहीं कर रहा है, तो ये भी एक डिफिकल्ट टाइम हो सकता है. तो मुझे लगता है कि हम ऐसी सिचुएशन में कैसे बिहेव करते हैं और कैसे अपने कैरेक्टर को डिफाइन करते हैं, दैट इज आवर कैरेक्टर. सो मुझे लगता है कि अगर हमें कुछ थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम भी है, तो हम कुछ देर टॉलरेट करें, बैठें. दिस इज व्हाट वी आर. और हम लोगों को यही दर्शाता है कि हम डिफिकल्ट टाइम में हम कैसे ग्रो करते हैं. बिकॉज यू आर स्टूडेंट्स, तो आपको आगे बहुत, आपका अभी लंबी लाइफ है, बहुत सारी सिचुएशंस में आपको जाना है, देखना है कि क्या होता है। और मैं आपको कहूंगी कि आज देश को आजाद हुए 75 वर्ष हो गए हैं। हम सबको मालूम है कि 75 years वी हैव कंप्लीटेड 75 years ऑफ आवर इंडिपेंडेंस। मालूम है सबको ना? ठीक है, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव हम सब ने मनाया था। लेकिन किसी भी सोसाइटी की या किसी भी देश की अगर हमको देखना है कि वो देश कितना आगे है, कितना डेवलप्ड है, कितना सफलता उस देश को आगे मिलती है, या वो समाज जो है कितना उन्नत और कामयाब समाज वो है, अगर हमें ये परखना है, अगर हमें ये मेजर करना है, तो वो कैसे हम मेजर कर सकते हैं? स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था कि ये जो मेजरमेंट है हमारे समाज का, हमारे देश का, कि वो कितना विकसित है, उसका मेजरमेंट है कि उसकी वहां रहने वाली जो महिला है, उस समाज की, उस देश में रहने वाली जो महिला है, वो कहाँ स्टैंड करती है, उसका कितना विकास हुआ है, वो कितनी सफल है, उससे हम मेजर कर सकते हैं कि वो देश कितना उन्नत है। तो मैं कहूंगी कि हम सबके लिए ये सेइंग थी, ये विवेकानंद जी ने कही, और मैं कहूंगी कि आज भी ये प्रेवलेंट है। और आज हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके की स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप हम लोगों के पास है। आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री हैं, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अगर हम कुछ पिछली बातों पर ध्यान करें, कुछ सालों पहले देखें, तो भारत में हमेशा, क्योंकि आप तो अर्बन एरिया में रहने वाले स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हम लोग रूरल में भी जाते हैं, हम वहां भी देखते हैं कि गांव में रहने वाला व्यक्ति जो है और वहां रहने वाली लड़की जो कॉलेज में जाती है, गांव में भी लड़कियां जो हैं वो कॉलेज में जाती हैं। मैं हायर एजुकेशन में थी, तो आपने देखा होगा वहां पर मोस्टली जो हमने सिनेरियो देखा, शिफाली मैम मैं आपको बताऊंगी कि वहां जो गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस हैं वो बहुत इंटीरियर्स में हर जगह गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस हैं। तो गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस में आपको अगर स्टूडेंट्स आप देखोगे तो उसमें 90% से ज्यादा लड़कियां हैं। और क्यों है? क्योंकि ज्यादातर लड़कों को लोग नीचे भेज देते हैं, दिल्ली भेज देते हैं। अगर मैं पहाड़ों की बात करूं, क्योंकि मैं उत्तराखंड से हूं, तो वहां पर लोग देहरादून भेज देते हैं, हरिद्वार भेज देते हैं, क्योंकि वहां पर रहने का खर्च भी है। हो सकता है किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी में है तो वहां भी एक्सपेंडिचर है। तो आप देखें कि लेकिन गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस, जो सरकारी कॉलेजेस हैं, जो दूरस्थ इलाकों में है, जो रिमोट एरियाज में है, वहां कौन पढ़ता है? वहां हमारी बेटियां पढ़ती हैं और वो बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म भी करती हैं। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं लड़कियों के लिए एक सेट था कि उनको कहां तक जाना है, उनको शादी करनी है, और शादी में जो खर्च है वो ही लड़की के ऊपर वो ही खर्च होना है। और पढ़ाई के ऊपर जो खर्च है वो क्या है? वो बोझ है, वो अननेसेसरी का बर्डन है जो उसकी पढ़ाई पर खर्च होता है। तो ये सारी चीजें हमने देखी हैं, प्रेवलेंट होती हुई देखी हैं। लेकिन आज लगातार समाज बदल रहा है, बहुत सारे चेंजेस आ रहे हैं, अर्बन में आ रहे हैं, रूरल में भी बहुत चेंजेस आ रहे हैं। और इसके चलते हमने बहुत सारी खराब चीजें भी इस देश में देखी कि कैसे हमारा जो जेंडर इम्बैलेंस हुआ इस देश में, कैसे हमारी जो रेशियो जो लड़कियों और लड़कों में था, गर्ल्स और बॉयज में था, वो चेंज हुआ। और लगातार आप देखेंगे कि सिर्फ देश जब से आजाद हुआ तब से नहीं, उससे पहले से आप देखेंगे तो कॉन्टिन्यूस गिरावट है लड़कियों का जो एक हम कहेंगे सेक्स रेशियो में, वो लगातार कम होता रहा। लेकिन अभी अगर हम देखें तो लास्ट ईयर एक नीति आयोग की एक रिपोर्ट आई और उसमें आया कि हमारी जो विमेन और मेन में जो रेशियो है वो बड़ा है। एंड विमेन एंड मेन की मैं बात कर रही हूं आपसे, 1020 विमेन अगेंस्ट 1000 मेन, ये रेशियो आया। और ये नीति आयोग ने इसको निकाला है, आप इसको सर्च कर सकते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं सरकार बहुत सारी योजनाएं लेकर आती है, वो बहुत सारी बातें करती है, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ जैसी बहुत अच्छी योजनाएं हमारे सामने आई हैं, इससे पहले भी आई हैं, पिछली सरकारों ने भी बहुत कुछ किया। लेकिन व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज लॉन्चिंग अ स्कीम इज इंपॉर्टेंट, नंबर 1। लेकिन उससे ज्यादा क्या जरूरी है? Exactly, very good. I'm proud of you. Implementation is very, very important. तो देखिए, लॉन्च तो आप कर देंगे, यूनिवर्सिटी में आपके वाइस चांसलर, आपके प्रोफेसर्स, आपके हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट्स कोई रूल तो बहुत जल्दी बना सकते हैं कि आज से यूनिवर्सिटी में ये कुछ पॉइंट्स है, ये होने वाला है, लेकिन वो इम्प्लीमेंट हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है। अगर हम अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी को ग्रीन यूनिवर्सिटी कहें, हम कहें या कोई गाड़ी नहीं आएगी, यहाँ सिर्फ हम इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल ही लेके आएंगे या फिर मैनुअल जो साइकिल है उस पे चलेंगे, तो ये हम सिर्फ रूल निकाल दें उससे बात बनेगी? एक दिन उसको लॉन्च कर दें या इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करें और लगातार इसको हम देखें कि ऐसा ना हो, वो इम्पॉर्टेंट है। तो इम्पॉर्टेंट इज इम्प्लीमेंटेशन। तो द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द गवर्नमेंट्स व्हिच वर बिफोर रूलिंग दिस कंट्री, before 2014 I will say, मतलब most of the years, तो उनपे और आज की जो सरकार है उसमें फर्क यही है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का। स्कीम्स और नीतियां, पॉलिसीज उस वक्त भी बनती थी लेकिन उनका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं होता था। तो मुझे लगता है हम यंग स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हमें जानना चाहिए, सीखना चाहिए कि हाउ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। और आज हमारे जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं, वाई we call him like he is a very strong, we have got a strong leadership। और सिर्फ भारत इस बात को नहीं मानता है, आज आप पूरे वर्ल्ड में अगर देखेंगे तो हर देश के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं, जिस दूसरे अन्य देशों के भी, वो सब आज इंडिया को एक लीडिंग कंट्री देखता है। इंडिया की जो इकोनॉमी है आज 5वें नंबर पे, 5th नंबर पे हमारी इकोनॉमी आज है। और आगे कैसे ये 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बने, इसके उद्देश्य में आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी काम कर रहे हैं। तो मैं आप सबसे यही कहूंगी कि यहाँ हम स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हम यहाँ पर गर्ल्स हैं, मोस्टली गर्ल्स हैं, बॉयज भी दिख रहे हैं मुझे वैसे, लेकिन बहुत सारी चीजें हम लोगों के सामने, क्योंकि आज ये डिजिट ऑल, एम्पावरिंग वुमेन इन डिजिटल वर्ल्ड हमारा टॉपिक है। तो इस पर मैं आपको कहूंगी कि डिजिट ऑल कैसे लिखा है, डिजिट अलग लिखा है, ऑल अलग है। मींस आपको डिजिटल करना है ऑल, एवरीवन। तो एवरीवन हैज टू बी डिजिटलाइज्ड। पहले लिटरेसी की बात होती थी, तो लिटरेसी यानी क्या था? लिटरेसी यानी कि आप अपना नाम लिख सकते हैं, आप अपने सिग्नेचर कर सकते हैं, तो आप लिटरेट हैं। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी आए, उन्होंने कहा कि लिटरेसी मींस डिजिटल लिटरेसी की उन्होंने बात करी। और डिजिटल लिटरेसी की जब उन्होंने बात करी तो बहुत सारे ऑपोजिशन के लोग कहने लगे कि यहाँ तो एक्सेस ही नहीं है कंप्यूटर्स का और मोबाइल्स का किसी के पास रूरल इंडिया में, और आप डिजिटल लिटरेसी की बात कर रहे हैं। लेकिन उनका विजन बहुत दूर का है, वो सिर्फ छोटा नहीं सोचते हैं कि आगे आने वाले सिर्फ चुनाव तक की वो बात सोचें, वो भारत कैसा होगा नेक्स्ट 25 इयर्स में, वो उसके बारे में बात करते हैं, उसके बारे में सोचते हैं। तो उन्होंने डिजिटल लिटरेसी के बारे में कहा और बात करी, और उस प्रोग्राम को अगर यहाँ चलाया, इनिशिएट किया, तो वो मोदी जी ने किया कि डिजिटल लिटरेसी होनी चाहिए। और जब डिजिटल लिटरेसी हुई तो हमने देखा कि कैसे हमारा जो रूरल एरिया है वहां पर भी हमें कोई समस्या नहीं हुई ड्यूरिंग कोरोना टाइम्स, क्योंकि बहुत सारे देश जो थे उनमें बहुत दिक्कतें आई, लेकिन भारत में कुछ चीजें ऐसी थी, जैसे हमारे यहाँ जनधन के अकाउंट खोले गए। जनधन अकाउंट मतलब जीरो बैलेंस अकाउंट फॉर द मार्जिनलाइज्ड, स्पेशली मतलब विमेन के तो है ही, उसमें सभी के हैं। तो जीरो बैलेंस अकाउंट्स फॉर द मार्जिनलाइज्ड सोसाइटी, तो उन लोगों के सबके जीरो बैलेंस अकाउंट खोले गए। बहुत कुछ बोला गया ऑपोजिशन द्वारा कि आप जीरो बैलेंस अकाउंट खोलकर क्या करेंगे, क्योंकि इसमें पैसा तो है नहीं। लेकिन जैसे ही हमने देखा कि कोरोना टाइम्स में डायरेक्ट ट्रांसफर बेनिफिट, डीबीटी जिसको हम कहेंगे, डायरेक्ट बैंक ट्रांसफर्स जो हुए वो इसी वक्त हुए, और उसकी इंपॉर्टेंस हमें तभी पता लगी, क्योंकि पहले हम इस देश में ही कहते थे और हमारे ही लीडर्स ने कहा है कि अगर केंद्र से, अगर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से, केंद्र से 1 रुपया चलता है तो वो कितना, 10 पैसा, वो जो एक्चुअली जहां पहुंचना चाहिए वहां पर 10 पैसा पहुंचता है, और 90% बीच में मीडिएटर्स के पास करप्शन के रूप में वो चला जाता है, 90%। लेकिन आज जितना पैसा केंद्र से निकलता है, जितना पैसा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से निकलता है, डायरेक्टली इट इज ट्रांसफर्ड टू द बेनिफिशियरी। तो फुल, मतलब मैं कहूंगी आपसे 100% जो बेनिफिट है, कैश बेनिफिट की भी अगर आप बात करें तो वो 100% बेनिफिट उस बेनिफिशियरी को मिलता है। तो आज ये डिजिटल का वर्ल्ड का ही एम्पावरमेंट है जो हम अपने सामने इसको देख रहे हैं। और इसके बारे में जो मैं डिजिटल लिटरेसी आप कह रहे हैं, तो इसके बारे में एक चीज आपको बताऊं कि इसमें अगर हम देखें कि एक पीएम का एक प्रोग्राम है, पीएम दिशा, जिसमें डिजिटल लिटरेसी हुआ, और उसमें लगभग 4 करोड़ जो हमारे लोगों हैं, उन्होंने जो हमारी देश की जनता है, उन्होंने डिजिटल लिटरेसी का प्रोग्राम अटेंड किया और इसको किया। उसमें से 2.8 करोड़ मतलब मोर देन 50% जो है दे आर विमेन, जिन्होंने जो डिजिटली लिटरेट हुई इस प्रोग्राम के जरिए, पीएम दिशा के जरिए। तो ये आप देखें कि हम बात करते थे, कभी किसी भी लीडर ने, कभी किसी मंच से, कभी किसी बहुत बड़े आप देखेंगे कि किसी भी जगह से मेंस्ट्रुएशनल हाइजीन के बारे में कोई बात नहीं होती थी। जो महिलाओं को, अभी मेरी बात हो रही थी, रीमा जी ने भी मुझसे कहा कि उनके यहाँ पे बहुत सारी इंजीनियर्स जो हैं वो विमेन हैं, विमेन इंजीनियर्स हैं EIL में, और उनकी CEO भी एक महिला है। तो वो यही कहती कि जब हम सब लोग मिले तो हमने इस बात को, एक बात हम इंश्योर करते थे कि हम जहां भी जाएं या जिस ऑफिस में, जो हमारा ऑफिस बने, वहां पर एक टॉयलेट की ठीक अच्छी व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए। तो ये प्रॉब्लम अगर किसी ने समझी, बहुत छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम है, तो वो किसने समझी? वो भी आज हमारे PM ने समझी कि कैसे हर एक महिला को एटलीस्ट एक बेसिक फैसिलिटी, टॉयलेट की जो फैसिलिटी है वो हमें मिलनी चाहिए। कैसे जो सैनिटरी नैपकिन है वो 1 रुपए में उपलब्ध कराया जाता है, बिकॉज बहुत सारा ऐसा ऐसे हमारे लोग हैं, ऐसी हमारी महिलाएं हैं रूरल में जो उसको अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकती हैं। तो उनके लिए 1 रुपए में कैसे, जो हमारे जन औषधि केंद्र हैं जो केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा चलाए जा रहे हैं, वहां पर 1 रुपए में सैनिटरी नैपकिन उपलब्ध कराया जाता है। तो ये सारी चीजें महिला को केवल एम्पावर नहीं करना है, केवल उसके लिए हमें बहुत सारे ऐसे काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, हमें महिला को कैसे हम विमेन सेंट्रिक डेवलपमेंट कर सकते हैं। आज हमारे सामने ये एग्जाम्पल हम लोगों के सामने है। और ये सारी चीजें हम लोगों ने देखी, लेकिन यहाँ पे वर्किंग विमेन हैं और बहुत सारे, आप तो स्टूडेंट्स हैं और जितनी मैं कहूँगी प्रोफेसर्स बैठे हैं, हम लोग बैठे हैं, तो वी आर वर्किंग विमेन। एंड आप में से भी कितनी जो होंगी वो वर्किंग विमेन होंगी। मुझे लगता है कि महिला के लिए हर एक जो घड़ी है वो चैलेंज होता है। स्टूडेंट लाइफ में सब मुझे लगता है थोड़ा सा ठीक रहता है, सब लगभग एक जैसे रहते हैं, लेकिन जैसे जैसे हम आगे बढ़ते हैं तो महिला का जो चैलेंज है वो बढ़ते रहते हैं। तो हम देखेंगे कि कैसे एक जो हमारी जो वर्किंग विमेन है उनको क्या लगता है कि वो कैसी होनी चाहिए। एक वर्किंग विमेन ऐसी होनी चाहिए जो एक पूरी सुपर वुमेन हो, उसको ना तो थकना है, ना उसे वो कभी ब्रेकडाउन हो सकती है, ना उसको कोई छुट्टी चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर उसे यूनिवर्सिटी से, कॉलेज से या मुझे अपने काम से छुट्टी है तो आपको घर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को पूरा करना है उस वक्त। तो कहीं ना कहीं वो एक मैं कहूँगी कि मल्टी फैसेट एंड मल्टी टैलेंटेड होनी चाहिए। और यहाँ पर उसको जितनी भी उसकी डेडलाइंस हैं उसको समय से पहले उसको पूरा करना है। और मुझे लगता है कि सभी को करना पड़ता है, मतलब समय से पहले ही, और खास तौर पे अगर आप महिला हैं तो आपको समय से पहले उस डेडलाइन को पूरा करना है। तो ये सारी चीजें हम लोगों को दिखती हैं। जितनी हम बात करते हैं, ज्यादातर हम जॉब्स की बात करते हैं, महिलाओं के लिए रिजर्वेशन है, कुछ स्टेट्स में है, गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स में है, और बहुत सारी और दूसरी जगहों पे भी रिजर्वेशंस हैं। लेकिन हम किसी विमेन को एंटरप्रेन्योरल जो स्किल्स हैं उसकी तरफ क्यों नहीं लेके जाते? क्यों वो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की तरफ नहीं जाती है? क्यों फाइनेंस जैसा वर्ड है वो किसी लेडी के लिए, किसी महिला के लिए थोड़ा सा एक डिफिकल्ट वर्ड बन जाता है। तो ये सब मुझे लगता है कि हम लोगों के लिए एक सोचने की बात है, कि क्योंकि अगर हम एक बात करते हैं कि हमें कैसे ये सारी चीजें जब हमारे सामने आई और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब इसको देखा कि ये मुश्किल एक महिला को होती है, एक एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने में उसको मुश्किल होती है, और जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, अगर आप महिला की बात करेंगे तो वो कन्फाइंड है केवल दिल्ली और मुंबई जैसे शहरों में। जो गांव हैं, जो रूरल एरिया है, जो स्मॉल टाउन्स हैं, वहां पर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कैसे बनेंगी, महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर कैसे आएंगी। तो उसका एक एग्जाम्पल हम लोगों के सामने आया कि जो छोटे छोटे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स हैं उनको कैसे इंटरेस्ट फ्री लोन देकर उनको एंटरप्रेन्योर बनाया जाए। और सरकार का एक एप्लीकेशन है जेम पोर्टल, गवर्नमेंट ई मार्केटिंग। तो गवर्नमेंट ई मार्केटिंग में वो महिलाएं अपने आप को रजिस्टर कराती हैं, और मैं जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करती हूँ वहां पर भी मैं कहूंगी आपसे कि वहां पर भी हम लोग इसको इंश्योर करते हैं कि कोई भी विमेन अगर वो छोटे से छोटा काम करती है, स्मॉल स्केल एंटरप्रेन्योर है, कुछ भी प्रोडक्ट अगर वो प्रोड्यूस कर रही है, तो वो अपना जो एनरोलमेंट है वो गवर्नमेंट ई मार्केटिंग में करे, और उसको एक ओपन मार्केट फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट उसको वो मिलता है, और उससे उसको आगे एक बढ़ावा मिलता है। तो ये सारी चीजें मैंने कहा, मैंने आप लोगों से बात करी, मुझे लगता है कि ज्यादा कुछ बोलने की बात है नहीं, लेकिन मैं आपको एक ही कुछ 2 लाइनें लास्ट में कहूंगी कि देखिए ये दिस इज फॉर एवरीवन, मतलब नॉट जस्ट गर्ल्स, फॉर बॉयज ऑल्सो, क्योंकि बिकॉज यू आर स्टूडेंट्स, तो आप सबको ये जरूर सुनना चाहिए कि जब तक ना सफल हो नींद चैन को त्यागो तुम, जब तक ना सफल हो नींद चैन को त्यागो तुम, संघर्ष का मैदान छोड़कर मत भागो तुम, कुछ किए बिना ही जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती। तो देखिए कीप मैं कहूंगी कि आप संघर्ष करते रहिए, और यहाँ यू आर इन सच अ गुड यूनिवर्सिटी, एक एमिटी यूनिवर्सिटी एक ऐसी मैं कहूंगी कि प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी है जिसको सभी स्टूडेंट्स चाहते हैं, उनका एडमिशन इस यूनिवर्सिटी में हुआ। सो यू आर इन अ प्रेस्टिजियस यूनिवर्सिटी, यू स्टूडेंट ऑफ सच अ गुड एंड प्रेस्टिजियस यूनिवर्सिटी। सो मुझे लगता है आप एक अच्छा नाम बाद में जरूर करेंगे, एंड एवरीबडी आस्क कि भाई आप कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी से पास आउट हैं, एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू योर टीचर्स आल्सो एंड टू स्टूडेंट्स। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
Give both of our panelists a give round of applause. Such a wonderful. Last पे मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि जब तक ना सफल हो संघर्ष में, और संघर्ष का मैदान छोड़ तुम भागो मत। So such a beautiful, उन्होंने रावत जी ने, दीप्ति रावत जी ने अपने इस लास्ट के पोइट्रिक वर्जन में शायद सब कुछ समाहित कर दिया, और एक बहुत छोटे से अपने स्पीच में she has given the complete thing in a very, very minimal words. Such a wonderful deliberations. Even I was writing some of the, or noting down some of the points which I would, as a moderator, it is my duty to discuss with you. और उन्होंने ये जो कहा कि 3-4 चीजों पे she has thrown the light. First one, digital India, meaning of digital India in sense of the various schemes what the government has given, how the e-market, those entrepreneurs who are involved in even a smaller part, they can be connected through the schemes of the government schemes with the e-market, so they can be promoted. So this is you. I think she has given you the guidance. Many times you know that your life and your circle is only your friends and family and your college. But do something beyond that, which is the message of Deepti Rawat ma'am. She has given that you can transform the society by introducing, by giving certain inputs just compare. We are, as we discussed, she has given key 90 or 70% is girls student in rural areas. They are studying in the government colleges. And you are here in Amity, such a well-off, such an infrastructure, high-tech infrastructure you are studying. Firstly, so I would say that you should be thankful to your parents and gratitude to the God for having such a wonderful infrastructure, and you are studying. Compare yourself with those rural, those who are very, very talented. बहुत मेधावी छात्राएं हैं, but उनको मौका नहीं है. So please do some contribution in the society. Being your femininity and being a girls, you can contribute in the society by helping and supporting your other sisters and friends. She has given what we can do, the empowerment. Empowerment doesn't mean that you can be holding a very high position. Empowerment, I believe it's not only that we are in a very good dressing and moving in the high society. No, it's not empowerment. Empowerment can be your own definition, where you feel, where you are contributing the society to make them empowered, where the girls or the human beings or the children, they can study, they are standing on their own, they can understand, they can attach, they are not being deprived, not just injustice can be done for them. This is the empowerment. And many of the, some kind of the exploitation cannot take place for the women and girl child. I see daily newspaper, then lot of news. Sometimes I feel what happened, this girl or that girl. No, you have to remove those black points from your paper by making the girls strong enough to stand on there, to feel safe and secure in the society. If you are contributing to make them the strong one, that is also you are empowering them, and your contribution toward the empowering the women. So इसके लिए एक सोच की जरूरत है, एक दृढ़ता की जरूरत है, एक क्षमता उत्पन्न करने की जरूरत है. सो सिर्फ एक ये सोच आपकी है जो आपको एक बहुत स्ट्रांग खुद में एक विमेन बनाएगी, और आई थिंक यू विल कंट्रीब्यूट टू द सोसाइटी टू मेक अ स्ट्रांग विमेन ड्रिवन सोसाइटी. और आपने दीप्ति रावत ने एक और ऐड किया था, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ. सो इट हैज अ वेरी strong meaning and very, very wide meaning of this. It is up to you which direction you are thinking, Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao. She has also given how the ratio of the men and women has been reduced in past, and Niti Aayog Commission report is also very, very obvious to show how it is reducing the ratio between, and it is a stronger, because koi bhi even if I quote our Nobel laureate Malala, she has also saying it is not only my voice for myself. If I'm speaking, I'm voicing, I'm giving the words for the whole world womanhood. We have to go for our rights. We have to speak. We should not be exploited. We should not be deprived, and we should feel very, very confident, and we should feel proud being a human being. So this is all so many things. It's very difficult as a moderator to just go into the each one, but a wonderful deliberation from both of our panelists. I would request all the students, any of the girl, if they have the courage, please ask some questions or some guidance from our panelists. Any of you? Why not? Why not? Why not? It is a great thing. Yes, you raise. I would like some of the girls also to come forward.
Ma'am, as it is rightly said that हम बहुतों से बहुत बेहतर हैं, पर बहुतों से बहुत कम बेहतर भी हैं. So on that note, my question is directed to Deepti ma'am. Ma'am, truly agreed that we have come a way forward, but what is the way further as speaking the vision of our current Prime Minister?
See, we have from the last 8 years, जिस तरीके की, thank you for the question, and last जो हम 8 साल से देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से आज प्रधानमंत्री की स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप में हम काम कर रहे हैं। और एक न्यू इंडिया जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, न्यू इंडिया मतलब एक कोई नया इंडिया नहीं बसने जा रहा है, लेकिन इंडिया कैसे नई ऊंचाइयों को छू रहा है, दैट इज न्यू इंडिया। तो आज हम देख रहे हैं कि अलग अलग चीजों में, आप चाहे स्टैंड अप इंडिया कहें, चाहे स्टैंड अप इंडिया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, मुद्रा लोन, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना जिसमें कि आवास दिए जाते हैं मार्जिनलाइज्ड सेक्शन को, ये जितनी भी योजनाओं के मैं आपसे नाम ले रही हूँ, इन सब में अगर आप देखेंगे तो मोर देन 50% आर वुमेन। और जहां की मैं बात कर रही हूँ प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना, उसमें अगर हम देखें कि बहुत सारे, अगर आप क्राइम अगेंस्ट वुमेन को देखें तो बहुत सारी जो वर्किंग वुमेन हैं उनके साथ भी क्राइम, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस होता है, उनके साथ भी डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस की घटनाएं होती हैं। लेकिन अगर आप एक सर्वे है, अगर आप उसमें देखेंगे तो जो महिला जो प्रॉपर्टी को ओन करती है, जिसके पास ओनरशिप है, जिसके पास असेट है, उसके साथ डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस की घटनाएं बहुत कम है और वो परसेंटेज बहुत मिनिमल है। तो कहीं ना कहीं पीएम की ये सोच है, उन्होंने जो मार्जिनलाइज्ड सेक्शन को जो घर दिए, वो घर किसके नाम पर होते हैं? वो घर सिर्फ घर की जो महिला है, या तो अकेले उसकी ओनरशिप है या को ओनरशिप, उसमें महिला की ओनरशिप भी होनी जरूरी है, उसके नाम पर होते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक बदलता भारत है और एक नई ऊंचाइयों पर जाता भारत है, जहां पर हम विमेन इक्वालिटी की बात करते हैं लेकिन करते कुछ नहीं है। सिर्फ महिला दिवस पर हम बात करते हैं, इंटरनेशनल विमेन डे पे, लेकिन उसके बारे में बाकी 365 दिन, 365 डेज हम कुछ नहीं करते हैं। लेकिन आज ऐसी लीडरशिप है जो 365 डेज ये सोचती है कि मैं हर सेक्शन में रहने वाली महिला को कैसे अपलिफ्ट कर सकते हैं, कैसे उसे सोसाइटी में और बेटर प्लेस दे सकते हैं, कैसे उसको एम्पावर कर सकते हैं, चाहे वो फाइनेंशियली हो, चाहे डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस में उसकी हिस्सेदारी हो, या उसका जो मैंने कहा ओनरशिप है, और बहुत सारी चीजें, उज्ज्वला गैस का कनेक्शन है, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो सिर्फ महिला के नाम पर हैं। तो आज ये सब चीजें बदल रही हैं। और लीडरशिप में मैं कहूंगी कि लीडरशिप में भी आज हमारे पीएम का ये बहुत एक उनका एक इस पे बेंट ऑफ माइंड उनका रहता है कि कैसे जो विमेन लीडरशिप है वो आगे बढ़नी चाहिए, कैसे हमारे जो पंचायत लेवल पे और जो कॉरपोरेशंस के लेवल पे जो होता है, वहां पर विमेन के लिए 50% आरक्षण है, कुछ स्टेट में 33% का इसमें आरक्षण है। और ये सब हम देख रहे हैं कि कैसे उसमें भी एक लीडरशिप आ रही है, और कैसे हमारे जो सेंटर में जो कैबिनेट हमारे मिनिस्टर्स हैं और एमओएस हैं, मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट्स हैं सेंटर गवर्नमेंट में, वो आज 11 जो हैं वो उनमें से वो महिलाएं हैं, वो विमेन हैं। और आज इतनी बड़ी जो मिनिस्ट्री है, फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री, उससे पहले उनके पास डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री थी, ये बहुत बड़े मिनिस्ट्रीज हैं, बहुत बड़े मंत्रालय हैं। तो आज ये एक महिला उनको उसको लीड कर रही है, तो ये हम सब के लिए एक सौभाग्य की बात है। और ये हमारे लिए ये इसीलिए ज्यादा सौभाग्य की बात है कि आज प्रधानमंत्री महिलाओं पे ट्रस्ट करते हैं, उनकी लीडरशिप में विश्वास करते हैं और चाहते हैं इस देश की बेटियां और इस देश की जो महिलाएं हैं वो आगे बढ़ें। थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I add a few words? It's better we do our work with full dedication to achieve the goal that we want to meet. And keep your eyes and ears open to hear about the schemes, to see whether it benefits you or not, or whether you can contribute to it or not. So not only our PM's dreams will be fulfilled, but it will be your dream as well as the nation's dream. So you don't need to think about how to look forward to gain from PM's vision. It is the way you can contribute to his vision for working hard to meet your goal as well as country's development. I think this will help you students to go forward. Any other question from your side? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, panelists. This question is directed toward Rima Kundu ma'am. How can the hurdles for bringing such evolutions be eradicated?
Can you?
How can the hurdles for bringing such revolutions be eradicated?
The hurdles are there, was there, and will be there in future. It is the way we look forward to it. If we want to jump or walk, it is totally a call that we will have to take. Don't ever think that it is male-centric society or it is not helping you to go beyond the limit, beyond the goal that you have set. It is totally up to you how you want to see the hurdle. So it is totally your vision that you want to reach. You and you only can help it out. It is not that society will help you out. Yes, society and government is doing its part, but it is we means the common people, whoever, whether it is student, whether it is a corporate person like me, whether it's a political party like Madam Dipti, or whether it is teachers, everybody has reached a certain goal because of certain qualities in you. Just nurture that and get that what you want to do. I think I could answer to some extent.
You said it right. मैं इसमें दो बात और कह दूं. Two things I would like to add. कि एक तो रीमा जी ने कहा कि you have to decide for yourself. तो वो तो करना ही है. लेकिन how can you remove these hurdles to bring revolution? I think this was your question. तो कोई भी किसी hurdle को remove नहीं कर सकता है. You just have to recognize and manifest what you have and what you want to do. तो आपके पास जो आपकी qualities हैं, हो सकता है आप उसको weakness समझें, क्योंकि विमेन की बहुत सारी कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है. वो इमोशनल है, वो लविंग है, वो केयरिंग है, और वो बहुत डेडिकेशन से काम करती है. ये बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, ये उसकी कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स हैं. लेकिन ये ही कैरेक्टरिस्टिक उसका स्ट्रेंथ भी हो सकता है और यही कैरेक्टरिस्टिक उसका वीकनेस भी हो सकता है. सो वो ये जो हर्डल्स हैं, इससे कैसे ओवरकम करना है वो आप लोगों को खुद से करना है, क्योंकि रेवोल्यूशंस तो बहुत हुए हैं देश में. सती प्रथा भी थी, वो भी हुआ, वो भी हर्डल हटा है. बहुत सारी और भी चीजें हैं, लेकिन ये कैसे होगा, आपको अपने अंदर उसको मैनिफेस्ट करना होगा.
Thank you so very much for your very appropriate and adequate and timely reply to our some of the questions from our student side. Any of you? Yeah, why not?
Ma'am.
Yeah, two more. I think I will give a preference to the girl. I think this would be the last question, right? This would be the last question. Okay, so we will wind it up now.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, panelists, and good afternoon, everybody here. So for this Women's Day, we have discussed a lot, and I have a very genuine and very personal thing that I want to talk about. I am a single parent of a 9-year-old daughter. I have worked and I decided to continue my education, and I'm here at Amity. I have lived life in my own terms. I'm very resilient, very confident, and I have made my own decisions, and I'm very proud of myself. But now in a city like Delhi, I recently moved here in June last year. So now in a city like Delhi, sometimes I feel that from the society around me, it's not in my head, but that they want me to project myself in a way that I am still living with a male. Like I have a male influence in my family. Otherwise, I would feel unsafe. And I actually do feel unsafe. I recently bought a car and I have a private driver. This is a discussion I was having yesterday with my friend too. Like somehow I feel very safe driving, coming back home in the night from airport or anywhere in an Uber. rather than my private driver, which has been very recent, so I'm not like fully trusting and kind of, but I'm just saying, how can a single mom feel safe in a city like Delhi? Like, how can women support women where we don't have to have a male influence? Because sometimes I also think that, maybe my driver will realize that I am a single mom, like only female, because somehow it is projected that if she is single, she can be overpowered. So I cannot be overpowered, but how does that, how can we bring it in a society as a collective initiative?
Very nice. What's your name?
Pallavi.
Pallavi. So Pallavi, very good, and it's your personal question. This can be for everyone. You know, she is a single mother, but you are a single person, and you are also traveling sometimes. You know, you can also feel unsafe. तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं. इस पे मैं आपको एक इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी छोटा सा. एक बार ऐसा था कि मुझे किसी ने इंसिडेंट बताया. शी इज अ ऑफिसर, लेडी ऑफिसर. उन्होंने कहा कि शी वाज गोइंग समवेयर और होली का समय था. अभी भी होली आने वाली है, तो होली का टाइम था और वो अकेली सड़क पर जा रही थी और सामने से कुछ लड़के खड़े थे रंग लेके और बहुत सारे कुछ और चीजें. तो हो सकता था उनके ऊपर वो रंग लगा सकते थे क्योंकि वो तो काफी थे, मतलब दे वर अराउंड 10-11 और वो अकेली थी. तो अब ऐसा हो सकता था. ये आपके मन में आती हैं ऐसी बातें एंड आप ओवरथिंक करते भी हैं इस चीज को. लेकिन अगर आप किसी से कॉन्फिडेंटली, मैं कहूंगी कि वो वहां से जब गुजरी तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने उन लड़कों से नजर चुरा के नहीं वो गई. अगर हो सकता है वो सर नीचे करके जाती या इधर उधर देख के जाती तो वो ऐसा कर देते, लेकिन वो उनसे नजरों में नजरें उनके डाल के निकली तो उनकी हिम्मत नहीं हुई कि उनके ऊपर वो रंग फेंके. तो ये एक्चुअली में मैंने यही कहा, आपको अपने अंदर के जो कैरेक्टरिस्टिक हैं उसको अपना स्ट्रेंथ बनाना है, उसको वीकनेस नहीं सोचना है कि यू आर अ वुमेन एंड यू आर सिंगल तो उसके कारण से आपको ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है. नेवर थिंक अबाउट, आई मीन ऑल दीज थिंग्स, क्योंकि ऐसे इंसिडेंट तो किसी के भी साथ हो सकते हैं. कभी गॉड फॉरबिड अगर कभी किसी के साथ है तो ऐसा नहीं है. ये तो हमको अपना इसी को स्ट्रेंथ बनाकर हमको सोचना है. एंड सोसाइटी में बहुत सारी चीजें आपको मिलती हैं, लेकिन उसमें से आपको कौन सी लेनी है, दैट डिपेंड्स ऑन यू, है ना. बहुत सारे लोग बहुत सारी बातें करते हैं, सोचते हैं, और लेकिन हमको बहुत सारे लोग वर्किंग वुमेन के लिए बहुत कुछ बोल सकते होंगे कि घर पे बच्चे हैं और ये तो बाहर जॉब कर रही हैं, इनको क्या करना है, ये है वो है, व्हाटएवर कुछ भी कह सकते हैं. लेकिन ये सोच के क्या हम घर पर बैठ जाए, ऐसा तो नहीं है. तो इसीलिए मतलब हमको क्या लेना है वो हमको मालूम होना चाहिए. एंड जस्ट बी स्ट्रांग, और मुझे लगता है बेस्ट ऑफ लक.
Thank you.
Now we should little bit now reaching or approaching to the closing. But before ending, before giving my concluding remarks for this panel discussion, I would request our chairperson in International Women's Day, Professor Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am, to say few words in addition to this panel.
ना तो बनता है ना जरूरत है, पर शेफाली मेरी कलीग है, मना नहीं कर सकती. मैं 2 मिनट एक बात बताऊंगी आपको. कुछ साल पहले मेरे एक बहुत अच्छे मित्र हैं, ही इज अ प्रोफेसर, and he was invited as a chief guest in a university. I'll not tell you the names. And the topic, it was again International Women's Day only, they were celebrating, and he was asked to speak on empowering women. And you know, you won't believe, he went on the mic. He's a very learned person and extremely good orator. वो माइक पे गए, उन्होंने कहा आपकी इस सेमिनार का थीम गलत है. तो गलत क्यों है? ही सेज मैं बताता हूँ. ही सेज मेरी माँ, उनकी माँ, मेरी भी माँ तो नहीं है पर मेरी भी माँ उसी समय की होंगी. तो वो कहते मेरी माँ अनपढ़ थी, अनपढ़, ओके, पर मेरे पिताजी ने एक भी डिसीजन उनसे पूछे बिना नहीं लिया. तो आप कैसे कह सकती हैं कि वुमेन एम्पावर्ड नहीं है? ये आजकल की जनरेशन के बारे में तो मैं नहीं बता सकती हूँ, पर हम अब हमारे यहाँ तो अभी भी ऐसी होता है। हम जो हमारे ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स अगर आप उनसे पूछेंगे ना, तो नारी शक्ति जो था, नारी शक्ति को एटलीस्ट हमारे देश में हमेशा से बहुत बहुत बड़ा स्थान दिया गया है। पर ये हमारा सौभाग्य है या क्या कहूँ मैं, कि हमें बार बार याद दिलाना पड़ता है कि नारी बहुत शक्तिमान है। हमको बार बार सबको याद दिलाना पड़ता है कि हम लोग बहुत हमें एम्पावरमेंट चाहिए। सच में एम्पावर तो हम हैं ही, हम हैं ही। तो बस इस पावर को बार बार याद दिलाएं अपने आप को। और जैसे मेरे कलीग्स ने बोला अभी आपको, डिजिट ऑल, विच इज द थीम ऑफ UN फॉर दिस ईयर्स इंटरनेशनल वुमेन्स डे। सो इन आवर ओन वे, each one teach one, each one teach one, each one of you. You're all very techno-savvy students. In Amity, in Amity, we have very techno-savvy students because everything is on technology. So each one teach one, and then you will be able to, reach out to this theme or do justice to this theme, that is digital, empowering women in digital world. So we are empowered, we were empowered, we will be empowered. It is just that we need to be digitally empowered. So thank you so much. You have been a lovely audience, and thank you the speakers. You spoke so well.
I would again request with our co-chairperson, my colleague, Dr. Alpna Goyal, to say one word and as a message to our students.
Good afternoon. I will not take much time because you people are feeling hungry and sitting here since morning. But I am a physicist. My nuclear physics is the area, but I am basically physicist. So when I was teaching, always I motivate my student with the giving example of myself, because I believe that my life is based on quantum tunneling. I don't know whether you people know about the quantum tunneling or not, but let me clarify. Let me give you what is the meaning of quantum tunneling. That hit your target again and again. If you will not be success first time, definitely second time or third time, but don't leave, don't give up. So I give this message to all my dear girls. There is nothing impossible. We make it possible. This is we who can change the mind of others, of our society. So respect yourself, respect your dream, and do whatever you like. Nobody will stop you. This is true. Thank you.
Women's Day is not just about embracing and showing off the equal status of the society towards women. It's about honoring the entire spirit of the motherhood, of sisterhood, moreover of the womanhood. It is about accepting, treating, and nurturing women with an eye of equality and justice that beholds a progressive side with one foot in the present and other in an even better approach towards the future. We at Amity University strive to put our best foot forward towards enhancing this progressive approach, which is a modern in ideas, but is rooted with our culture, values, and ethics. With the same spirit, we celebrate International Women's Day every year in our campus, and moving ahead on the path. We came forward to an extent that we are celebrating International Women's Week this year, which is not just commendable, but which withholds the ideology and powerful vision of our honorable founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, who not only provided us with the core of this idea, but who is the living inspiration and example to see. So thank you so very much, founder president sir, along with our chairperson ma'am. She's the epitome and the role model for the women, entire love, affection, and camaraderie, and so much of the humanity, Dr. Amita Chauhan ma'am. We also thankful on this event to our honorable chancellor sir, very young, dynamic, and tech savvy, Dr. Atul Chauhan, along with our Pooja ma'am, Pooja Chauhan ma'am. She's the chairperson for the Amity Foundation, for setting the roadmap to all of us to move ahead. And this is the platform we have to start with. Wait. Now I am coming to our Vice Chancellor, ma'am. Certainly, she's a dynamic leader. There is no need to give words and say some words. She herself is the epitome to a role model for all of us. So I urge, this is my concluding remarks for this panel. I urge all the women present here to constantly challenge themselves. When we take the challenging assignments, we grow as a person. कहा जाता है कि अगर हम सीधे सीधे गुडी गुडी बने चुपचाप से चलते रहे, they are not the dynamic. We have to go beyond the limits, beyond the boundaries, and beyond our thinking. So feminism is, if we talk about, yes, I'm the feminist. Obviously, feminism is not about making the women strong. Women are already strong, as ma'am has said. So a woman is an embodiment of strength who never gives up. Where there is a woman, there is a magic. Let's not let this magic die. So thank you so very much, all the students. I think very well messages, good messages you must have taken, and you will be taken to your home. Some assignment, something new thought to start with from today onwards. So thank you all the panelists. I'm really very thankful for giving this platform. Chairperson ma'am, our co-chairperson, and Ms. Deepti and Rima Kundu, such a great persons we have today. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Still, I rise. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes.
You may kill me with your hatefulness. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I will rise. On that note, I'd like to call upon respected Professor Dr. Shefali Raizada ma'am, Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am, and Dr. Alpna Goyal ma'am to kindly felicitate Rima Kundu ma'am and Deepti Rawat ma'am.
Deepti Rawat Bhardwaj ma'am. With this, I would like to thank all the patient audience who are sitting in the auditorium, our dignitaries of MIT Universe, our honorable guests for today. At last, I would like to say femininity is a part of the God-given divinity with each one of us, and may we never be tamed. Thank you. Thank you to all. We would request our guests to kindly join us for the high tea.
In this session, we would like to acknowledge the contribution of each of our panelist alumni. Our first speaker, Dr. Diksha Gupta, alumni of Amity Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology. I welcome you, Diksha. Before you start your presentation, let me introduce you to the participant. Dr. Diksha Gupta is working as a security consultant at Accenture Frankfurt. Her doctorate degree was from Technic University Dresden. Under Farmatom Areva project, she was an intern during her master dissertation at KTH Royal Institute of Technology. Over to you, Diksha.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the kind introduction and the invitation. Can you all hear me well? Maybe a thumbs up would be helpful.
Yes, Diksha, we can hear you.
Right. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Sometimes this technology testing is important. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. Dear professors, distinguished guests, and friends. It is a great honor and pleasure to be here today and to share a few words about my journey as a cybersecurity professional. I'm personally not a fan of celebrating Mother's Day, Father's Day, Daughter's Day, Valentine's Day, and so on. But this International Women's Day, my friends, is the special one. Embracing gender equality and challenging gender stereotypes are a solution of some of our greatest global challenges. We heard from many other panelists in this afternoon. Today, I'm sharing with you my top 5 lessons in life that helped me to become the person or a successful security professional I am today. So let's start with the lesson number 1. Be truly grateful for in your life. Dear all, I must say we are very privileged to be here today and listen to each other. Dear students and professors, believe it or not, there are millions of women who want to live the life we are living. Worldwide, 129 million girls are out of school. They go through gender discrimination, harassment, dowry-related harassment, do not have even access to sanitary facilities, and much more. So whenever you wallow in self-pity, try to find the things you are truly grateful for in your life. Your family, your college, the opportunity to be here at Amity, your friends, your colleagues, your health, your body, your confidence, whatever it is. This will help you to see the light at the end of the tunnel, beauty in disguise. This takes me to the lesson number 2. Recognize the opportunities. Albert Einstein once said, "In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity." I'm certain you have heard of that. But it's easy to miss those opportunities because they don't often look like we think they are going to. Or we allow fear to stop us from grasping that opportunity when it presents itself to us. I know I wanted to become a nuclear engineer or a nuclear scientist. What am I today? A cyber security consultant. How did that happen? I didn't allow my fear of not knowing a single thing about cybersecurity and grabbed the opportunity when it was presented to me. From being a nuclear engineer or doing research in nuclear security, then in cybersecurity for nuclear, now working as a cybersecurity consultant for all industries, some people said, I haven't figured it out. And look at me today. I didn't plan to be a cybersecurity consultant. I made a choice to never let my self-doubts overcome my desire to embrace the opportunity and work really smart. Dear friends, I urge you to give a candy to your self-doubt and ask him or her to sit in the corner of your mind and do not let it drive your life. And this leads me to lesson number 3. Listen to everyone, but do what feels right to you. Suno sabki, karo man ki. Absolutely. My mother always says that to me because you are the one who needs to fight your fights in life. No one else will do that for you. Also, there won't be anyone in life who would be proud of you all the time. Never even your parents will be proud of you 100%. Sorry to say that, but that's true. There needs to be only one person in the room who needs to be truly proud of you. And do you know who's that person? It's you. You must be proud of yourself for the women or the men you are becoming, no matter what. Lesson number 4, take full responsibility of your life. My life is a heaven or a hell, a success or a failure. There's only one person responsible for this, and that's me. Please don't blame anyone for anything that goes wrong in your life. Once you start taking responsibility of your life, you step out from being a victim and become a master of your destiny. And you will see life will start changing for you. Big words, but certainly true. It is always easy to say, because of you, this and that happened to me. But you know what? Tough is, it's easy to blame someone else, but tough is owning your journey of life. Along with owning your success, own your failures and mistakes, own your perfections, but also own your imperfections. Now, this takes me to the last but very important lesson of my life. Be the change you want to see in the world. You know who said that? Yes, Mahatma Gandhi. Now, time for some serious discussion. As we talk about digital or cybersecurity specifically, I want to highlight the progress that has been made in the field of cybersecurity, but also acknowledge the work that still needs to be done. Despite the increasing importance of cybersecurity in our lives, the field still remains male-dominated. Women have always been at the forefront of innovations and change, and cybersecurity is no different. And I believe we need to create a more inclusive and supportive environment that encourages women to pursue careers in cybersecurity and provides them with the resources they need to succeed. And this starts from here. Investing in education and training programs, mentoring and networking opportunities, and promoting women leaders and role models in the field. And as you know, I work for Accenture. There's something I really appreciate about my company, the drive that pushes us to be the change we want to see. If you don't know, Accenture CEO is also a female, Julie Sweet, and the company made a full commitment to advancing gender equality in the field of cybersecurity. And it's through its security initiative, that is Women in Cybersecurity. Also, it is providing targeted training and development opportunities for women in the field to help them advance their careers. This includes leadership development programs, mentorship, and different networking opportunities. And I'm not telling you this information for the sake of marketing or something, but I honestly feel proud that I'm part of an organization that has such initiatives. I personally see and feel the change on my everyday basis. We have more than 30% women in the security field now, and overall Accenture aims to achieve an equal representation of men and women employees by 2025 to reach a gender balance. But this doesn't stop me to experience some gender stereotypes outside my workplace. Many say, wow, you are a cybersecurity consultant? Oh, cool, amazing. But you, as a female, a consultant, cybersecurity, we never met other women who is doing that. Sounds absolutely fantastic. Don't your clients really expect a man or a cool man with a beard as a security consultant? And guess my response? A smile with a quote. This is the time for a change in the perception of people, and it starts from you. Towards the end, I would say we must work together to create a culture of respect and inclusion, where everyone feels safe and supported, and where women can thrive and make meaningful contributions to this field, specifically security or digital. Hope the lessons I shared today will also help you in your journey through life. On this International Women's Day celebration, let us celebrate the achievements of women in cybersecurity and in digital, and inspire the next generation of leaders to make their make in this exciting and vital field. And let us not forget to celebrate the courageous, supportive, and kind men who are not only supporting but taking actions to fight for gender equality and stereotypes. I personally am grateful to my father and brother for believing in me and for being there whenever I needed them. Although it seems far, far away, maybe in future, but I sincerely hope that one day gender equality becomes a new normal, and instead of campaigning for it, we celebrate the achievements and success of women and also of men in making this a success. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Diksha. Thank you so much. We are always proud of you. And you are the only student to whom we can approach whenever we want and wherever we want you. Thank you always for supportive. And I would like to take a question for the Diksha Gupta because she will be leaving, and this is during her office time she has joined us. So I don't want to keep her waiting. So I would like to take a question if you want to ask. She is a nuclear physicist. She has done BTech MTech from Amity Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology. She is an excellent student, outstanding performance throughout her career. And now presently she is working in the Accenture as a cybersecurity consultant. So kindly raise your hand if you have any question or doubt, anything you want to ask. Yes, please. Come forward. Learn something from her. Thank you, Diksha. I think they don't want to come forward to ask you question. They are so happy after your listening from you. You have given the good tips to them. And that is a good listen to all and do whatever you like. That is a truly, truly you have good point for all of us. Thank you, Diksha, once again. We would like to invite next speaker.
Thank you, Diksha, for finding time and join for today's event, and also share your experience, how you are from nuclear engineering to how you reach to the cybersecurity specialist. I hope this will help the students and to achieve their goal. Thank you once again for joining today's event. So now may I request Dr. Alpana Goel ma'am to welcome our panelist, Dr. Kavita Bhatnagar.
Yes, ma'am, please.
I request Alpana Goel ma'am to welcome Dr. Kavita Bhatnagar. Ms. Hardika Kukreja. Ma'am, please welcome Ms. Hardika Kukreja. And ma'am, please welcome our next speaker, Pradeep Tiwari. Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Dr. Kavita Bhatnagar. Before she speaks, let me introduce her. She is the CEO of Conclave India and alumni of Harvard Business School. She is a food technologist and certified by Harvard in authentic leader development and holds a doctorate in counseling psychologist and master's in dietetics and double MBA in marketing and human resource development. She is a multidisciplinary professional with over 17 years of experience across food, nutrition, pharmaceuticals industry. Over to you, Dr. Kavita.
Thank you. Hello and a very good afternoon, everyone. It's a Friday afternoon and you're all stuck here. So thank you for bearing all the heat. And I don't know whether you're hungry or not, but I'm sure we won't hold you for a long time. Okay, so let me ask you one thing. When the lockdown happened during COVID, how many of you played Ludo in a serial way? Yeah? Or any other video game for that matter. You just took a new hobby and started to play some video game. I can see a good number. Okay, now my next question is, how many of you, especially the women, how many of you had to change your name before you logged in? You had to conceal the identity mainly pertaining to your gender. Yes, I see some hands. So if this still remains a problem, even if we have moved to a digital world, women are more prone to bullying, cyberbullying. They are disproportionately handled. The burden is disproportionate. And now imagine that you are in an alien land. You are a foreigner there, you do not speak the language. How are you going to communicate? If you need to ask for a way, if you need to ask for food, some directions, you do not speak that language. Won't you feel handicapped? This is exactly what happened when pandemic happened. The world just moved on to a digital world. And the digital language was something unknown to us. For many of us, email or a Zoom meeting was just an unopened toy. We didn't know how to unleash that beast. But then we did not know. We had not grown up being digitally acquainted. Specifically the women, they were disproportionately impacted by whatever happened during the COVID. So we are today here talking about this very interesting topic, digital, empowering women in digital world. First of all, we have to acknowledge that we have moved on to a digital world. Whether hybrid, fixed hybrid, flexible hybrid, or fully digital. The world today is digital and we need to be fluent in digital language. If we are not fluent in digital language, we will be hamstrung forever. Once we gain fluency in the digital world, then it can open new frontiers for us. So let us see what are the benefits that being digital brings to us. You know, when you talk about women, we are all very happy. Most of us were very, very happy that we are having the privilege of working from home. But have we seen in the long term what problems work from home can bring from us? So we took ages to encourage women to go out of their homes and work outside. And now suddenly we are back to square one. They are working, but they are still confined to home. And the burden is still a double whammy. While they are working, the burden of childcare, of taking care of ailing parents, all that remains. Over and above that, the woman is still working. The burden is not equally shared. So is work from home really a benefit for the women folks? We need to reflect more. You know, working in a fixed setting brings with itself many opportunities. There are opportunities to network. There are opportunities to be drawn in informal decision making. You need to vent out. You get to know about many opportunities which one will not know while sitting at home. So the benefits are there. One is able to give more time to family or so-called balance the work life and the home life as if they are two different things. But we need to be very mindful about all the problems which can actually escalate and do more harm than good. Secondly, one very important thing is, we know that these are the benefits of becoming digital. How do we shine the light on those who are less equipped with the digital world. Women generally, many women, I must say, I don't want to generalize it. Many women share their electronic digital devices at home. They share their passwords, even for tiny things. They delegate that duty to their spouse or their children or someone else because they think that, okay, I can outsource it. It's too much for me. During Zoom meetings, we have a disclaimer that, oh, I'm digitally challenged, so that's why my mic is mute or something. So those are the very real problems. Women kind of become comfortable by acknowledging that we are digitally impaired, but that's not a badge of honor. We all need to work on gaining digital literacy. We have to become fluent in the digital world so that if we have to be tomorrow in a situation like the alien land, I said, if digital is the language of today, we have to become fluent in that. So with this, I rest my thoughts, and I hope if you have any questions, you can come to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita Bhatnagar. Should I take question here or at the end?
Now session is open for question. If anyone is having any question to Dr. Kavita, because she talked about digital literacy, and it's very, very important topic nowadays. And now you're a student, but after all, you are going to find your career and other options. So this session is very important for you. So my suggestion is, without wasting any time, please let her know your queries or how you are going to get benefit out of our lessons and journey. Yes. Yeah, please. Yes, you can ask your question. You can come here also or in front and ask your question.
Yes. Want to ask something? Okay, we will take the question in the end. Now, Arpita, please invite next speaker because they are not, I think they don't want to ask. We will take the question in the end. Yeah.
Okay.
Let us invite another speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita, for your inspiring words to the students. Our next speaker is Dr. Deepika Chamoli. She joined online. So I welcome you, Deepika, to today's session. So before you speak, let me introduce you to the participant. Dr. Deepika Chamoli is the founder and director of Speaking Cube Online Mental Health Consulting Foundation. He's a cognitive psychologist, clinical hypnotherapist, behavior trainer. Dr. Deepika has 9 books and various research papers to her credit. She is the editor of TMG Journal, New Zealand, and has been providing her consulting services to various organizations like Dr. Reddy, Health Foundation, SPEC NGO, Himalayan Buddhist Tribal Society, etc. Her motto is to spread the word that everyone is complete and must believe in themselves to feel complete and content. Over to you, Deepika. You can start.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your very generous introduction. A very refreshing good afternoon to all my respected professors and my dear young friends. Today, you have been listening to various experts, and probably by now you are tired. But I'm not going to take much of your time, and we'll be talking about empowerment from the psychological perspective, because I'm a cognitive psychologist and I've done my PhD in cognitive psychology from MIT Institute of Psychological Sciences. I'm an ex-army officer and a behavioral trainer. So I have seen a lot of cases as far as psychological perspective is concerned. Everybody has put across the digital women empowerment from the professional side or personal side. I would also like to project my views on women empowerment, digital women empowerment. As far as the word empowerment is concerned, it says part power to control, or you need to have control over yourself, and that is what empowerment means. But I don't feel that women need empowerment. Maybe most of you would like to disagree with me, but this is my spiritual perspective of empowerment. As far as empowerment is concerned, there are 6 different areas where we can empower ourselves. First is individual. It is in our hand. Social, that is also in our hand. Financial, political, psychological, and as well as spiritual. And the root for each and every phase is nothing but self-worth and self-love. This is what I believe. If you love yourself, if you have enhanced your self-worth, nothing is impossible. A woman is already empowered. She doesn't need any kind of empowerment. But then why we are talking about women empowerment at the digital level? Because some gap has set in. Now we have taken birth on a land that believes in Shiva. Now Shiva is not Shivji. Shiva is a living being. As per our scriptures, Shiva is a combination of Shav, that means physical body, and Shakti, which means a life force. Physical body is the male energy and Shakti is the female energy, and that's why we believe in Ardhanarishwar. And that is why we have always been equal. Male and female energies have always been equal. Then why we are talking about women empowerment right now? Because over a period of time, a gap has set in. And because of that gap, a digital empowerment gap has also set in. And this digital empowerment gap, you can always Google search and read the research papers on it. And it says all over the globe, 240 billion. There is a gap of 240 billion between digital males and digital females. And that is why we need empowerment at the digital level. And when I'm saying empowerment, it is to believe in your potential. It is to believe in yourself. It is to accept who you are. It is to accept your strengths. You are perfect. You are complete. Everybody is complete. Everybody is complete. But then sometimes we get bogged down by the situation. Sometimes we get bogged down by the weaknesses that we have. But then we need to think. Day and night, these are the two sides of the coin. Positive and negative again are the two sides of coin. So what do we need to do? We just need to enhance the positive side. The negative side will be there, but we can always transform. And that is what empowerment is. That is what the meaning of empowerment is written in our scriptures. And that is why we all are Shiv, and that is why we all have equal energy. Now, this digitalization concept has, the word digitalization concept, it came in the year 1990. And then Indian digitalization has started in 2025 under the leadership of our respected Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. This gender equality has also been discussed a lot over past few years, and still it is on, because it is a very important sustainable development goal of United Nations, and we need to talk about it. How to achieve it? We can achieve it by following 6S, which is, again, all these things are written by our ancient sages and Sufis. First is Siksha, education. Second is Swasthya, health. And we are from that field, the second limb. Third is Swalamb, self-reliance. Then is Samvedan, sensitivity. Fifth is Samata, equality. And sixth is Samajik Nyaya, that is justice. So these are the 6 things that we need to understand that we need to be aware and that we need to follow to enhance empowerment in our within ourselves, because it is not from my outside. Nobody can empower you. You can empower yourself. There are a number of schemes that government has launched. For example, MSME has launched a number of schemes for women digital empowerment. We have Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Shiksha Yojana or Saksharta Abhiyan, wherein we are teaching and making the education available in the remote areas, like Himalayan remote areas. We have virtual labs. We have National Digital Library nowadays, and all these are the part of Indian government schemes. And we must utilize it. Now, why I am talking about all these things? Because again, the word digitalization is behind. We are in the techno-savvy world where the world is connected through technology. Right now, also, I am using a platform on Zoom wherein I'm able to connect and I'm able to reach up to you, and you are able to listen to me and reach up to me. We can have a very healthy discussion. And a number of people have already proven it that yes, this digitalization has empowered women. Now, what all platform? There are a number of platforms. Founder of Nike, she is also a female, a women who have she had faith in herself, and that's why she was able to establish Nike from scratch. Shop Clues, VLCC, MobiWik, and many more. These are from India, and there are a number of women who have proven the empowerment, the digital empowerment at the global level. And probably you know lot many names more than me. So it's about believing in yourself. Empowerment is nothing but believing in yourself. Accept yourself wholeheartedly. Whatever you are, whatever strengths you have, whatever weaknesses you have, just accept. And work for yourself. Do not work for somebody else. Because if you'll work for yourself, you'll be sincere to yourself and others as well. And that is called unconditional acceptance of self, and you will have unconditional acceptance of others, which is going to make your life easy and which is going to make you all empowered. I'm the founder and director of Speaking Cube Mental Health Consulting Foundation, which is purely an online platform, a mental health platform. We have 4 different verticals. The first vertical is mental health consulting. Second is behavioral training. Third is career counseling. And fourth is academic and research. And everything is being online. And this is what the power of digital media is. Everything has got pros and cons. Everything has got negative and positives, but it is in our hand that we can always minimize the negatives and enhance the positive. Remember that. Instagram is good. Facebook is good. People are getting empowered by it. Yes, people are doing businesses on it. People are earning on it. But do not waste your time. So that's what we need to think. We need to think from a wise state of mind to be digitally empowered. Digitalization is a talk of the town. It is the foundation of the future, which has already been laid by so many people. And now you, my dear friends, you are the future citizen. You are the present and future of our nation and the world, and you have to take it ahead. You people are already taking it ahead. So there are only 3 mantras of life when we talk about empowerment: is accept yourself, love yourself, and enhance your self-worth every day. And then you'll be a very happy and contented person. And I think that is the main purpose of life. And that is the definition of empowerment. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I would be very happy to answer the questions. Over to you, ma'am.
Deepika Chaudhary. Should we take the question here in the end? Okay. So I request Arpita to invite next speaker.
Thank you, Deepika, once again for speaking about mental health. Definitely, this is one of the issues, and after your lecture, maybe students will be benefited. And our next speaker is Ms. Hardika Kukreja. Let me introduce her to the participant. Hardika completed her Masters of Law from University of Cambridge. She is the first generation lawyer. Subsequently, she is working on the research related to IP laws, as well as the laws and information with special reference to GDPR and the UK data protection principles. She is a strong women rights enthusiast. Furthermore, she is the founder of the well-renowned international organization, the TARA Project, established to strengthen the victims of domestic violence financially. Additionally, she is contributing as the legal advisor for Ottman Counseling and Rehabilitation Center. She was also profiled by Hemerton College, University of Cambridge in the year 2023. Over to you, Ms. Hardika.
Hi, everyone. Hello. So just give me a few minutes. I won't take much of your time. I asked one of your peers, what do you think when I say women empowerment in the digital era? And what one of your peers who's sitting there, I won't point fingers, what one of your peers said was, just keep it short. We all want to leave. It's a Friday afternoon. We are going home, holy break, that's it. So I truly understand your emotion. I was just there 1.5 years back. I was on the other end, so I understand how much you guys would be waiting for your attendance, or you would want to rush out. So just here, I can see the heads nodding. So I would just request you to give me 5 minutes. I won't take longer, promise. So just your attention. Now, when I say women empowerment, why are we only talking about girls? We are celebrating International Women's Day. Why only girls? I was just talking to Kavita ma'am about it. She said, women are already empowered, Hardika. Why are we using the word empowerment? Now we are using the word empowerment according to me, and I was just telling her, because women have been pulled down time and again, but then we need to bring them up. Unfortunately, there are people around us who are only helping them. I think Kavita ma'am, Altna ma'am, Pradeep sir, every one of them is an example. You all are an example. A lady, she came forward, she said, I'm a single mother and I want to help my kid. I really appreciate that. All you students who come every day from the metro, it's a big struggle. I've interned, I understand how big of a struggle it is. That's why a digital aid can help us. Digitally, we can all help each other. For example, whenever we used to travel in an isolated area, we used to call our friends. Okay, please speak to me. If something happens, you'll know where I am. It's small things here and there which can help us. Obviously, I'm a lawyer. I can tell you the laws. But then again, when we are speaking about the digital era, you have your iPhones, you have your phones, you have Google. Every one of you can search what the law means. But then what I want to ask here is, please change your ideology. Why only girls should care about women empowerment? I'm so honored that Pradeep sir is sitting here. He is helping women. He was telling me, Hardika, I've helped victims of rape victims many times. I cannot do that, but he can, which is the biggest thing here. We need to change our ideology. Women, yes, Kavita ma'am rightly said one time, women are empowered as it is, but we need to just help them whenever they need it. You need to help your friends, and please, female friends, when we talk about feminism, please don't interchange it with feminazi. Your male friends aren't required to open doors for you. Please just understand that. One thing that I as a lawyer do not understand is there are several laws which are only bent towards women. When we talk about several laws out there, rape, why not male? Many of the guys also go through these things. But one thing that I should be speaking about on this International Women's Day is equality. Women rights are all about equality. I do not say give extra rights to women. That would be unjust. We're talking about rights here, not some kind of violence or anything like that. Women cannot go out and slap everyone. What we are asking is, after this, any right that which women do not have. Okay, if we are talking in a different sense, I'll say the right to walk alone at night. I hate that myself. I like to walk alone at night, but then can I? Especially on the streets of Noida or Delhi. I know, but then I work in Delhi. No, I'm a lawyer. Unfortunately, I have to be closer to the Supreme Court and the High Court. I cannot rush somewhere else. Noida mein? Okay, now that's a different story, and we need to go to the police there. That's something we need to work towards. But then with girls, there's a threat of rape. So we need to see this digital era as a kind of an aid. I'll give you something really interesting. We are working on the Tara project, and with this Tara project, we ask women, we taught them several skills. Now we contact them digitally. We ask them to collect the materials through which they can make dream catchers or any other things on their own. And they sell these things. They're working on financial stability here. This is a way that you can use the digital environment here. That's why digital environment, your cell phones, your WhatsApp, they can be used in different ways. What again I'll ask you is just use it in a different way that it will help you. That's it. Obviously, guys are not safe, but then you can obviously text your friend and call the police. Important. Girls can also do that, but then it has to be accessed really properly. That's it. And I promise I won't keep it long. If I was talking a lot or rambling, I apologize, but you've been a great, great audience, and it was fun talking to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Hardika. Very short and very concise. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Hardika. Our next speaker is Ms. Hemantika Senger from, she's the alumni of Amity Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology. Hemantika.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so let me welcome Hemantika for today's session. So Hemantika, welcome to you for today's session. You found your time to join here with your, in spite of your busy schedule, classes and all this. So let me introduce Hemantika before she start discussing about her journey and careers. Hemantika Senger is alumni of Amity Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology. She completed her bachelor in 2021. Now she is doing her master's in nuclear physics as an Erasmus Mundus scholar. She has been to Spain, Italy, and now she is in France as a part of her program. Over to you, Hemantika.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I won't take much of your time. It's a Friday afternoon, and I understand completely. To again introduce myself shortly, I'm a scholarship holder student of the Erasmus Mundus Master Program in Nuclear Physics, which is a worldwide scholarship program in the field of nuclear physics, where they select 15 students from the worldwide every year, and they help them gain top level education in top European countries like France, Spain, and Italy. I've been to Spain, Italy as a part of this program, and now I'm in France, and I'm working in the CA and CERN's and TOF collaboration. I'm doing my master thesis here in Paris, Saclay. Before this, I have been to INF in Padua, which is a national level research institute in Italy, and I've also worked in Ganel in France, and in Spain, I have worked for CNS. So as a female student in experimental nuclear physics, I have realized that there is a strong need to promote, train, and include more women in the field of nuclear physics and STEM in general. I have, during certain moments of my education, felt lonely as being the only girl working in the lab with male colleagues. And unless you are very motivated and encouraged to pursue science for the love of it, I can see why for some it could be a reason to narrow down or to completely shift their career options. So I feel that there is a need to globally encourage and motivate female students across the globe, and to make them aware of their options and educate about opportunities available, and perhaps also train and prepare them as well for the future. In my view, there is no better way to do this than to use pre-existing, and if not, then by creating new digital platforms which are widely available to all, very cheap in cost, and if used properly, they're very potential to bring the required changes and to uplift the morale, education, skills, mental health, and to help and support and encourage all girls out there to be braver and go for the roads less taken by others, if it interests them. For too long, discriminatory stereotypes have prevented women and girls from having equal access to education in science, technology, and in the field of engineering and math. And as a nuclear physics student, I know that these stereotypes are flat wrong. They deny women and girls the chance to realize their potential, and they also deprive the world and many research organizations of the creativity and innovation of half of the population. So on this occasion, I urge commitment to end this bias from all of us, greater investment in STEM education for all women and girls, as well as opportunities for their career and long-term professional advancement. And I'd also like to congratulate AINST and Amity for rightly using this occasion of Women's Day Week celebration, and for bringing all of us together and our attention towards the issue, and helping create one such digital platform through which I'm interacting with you and sharing my views and helping some of other people's and helping understand some of other people's opinion as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Hemantika, and nice to see you.
Nice to hear from you, ma'am. Yes.
And I would like to add here, Hemantika is a BTech student of nuclear science. She did BTech from nuclear science and technology. She was means extraordinary or topper of the class every time. And she did very well. She got Erasmus Mundus Fellowship, one of the prestigious fellowship. Only 15 women, they will have the fellowship over the globe. She also compete for the Marie Curie Fellowship of IAEA, although she has not joined. And when she has completed her BTech program from Amity Institute of Nuclear Science, she was having four options to go. And everybody wants to take her. And finally, she came to me, ma'am, where I have to join, what I have to do, because all the 4 options were very good. And everybody was very eager to take her. Even one of the professors from Paris, he was angry because he refused to go. She refused to go there. And ultimately, I suggest her to join this Erasmus Mundus Fellowship, which is 3-continent program. And she is doing a master's in nuclear physics. Proud of you, Hemantika. Thank you for joining us.
If you have any other questions on how you can find out about different opportunities, I mean, many digital websites and platforms are available, but the information is scattered. So you can ask me and I can maybe point you out in the right direction if needed.
Yes, if you have any question, because she left office and she was doing her experiment there, but we asked her to come out from the lab. So she will be going back. She will not be available in the end to take your question. So I suggest if you have quickly, we can take 1 or 2 questions. No, then thank you, Hemantika. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. See you guys.
Thank you, Hemantika, for sharing your views and joining for today's event. Thank you once again. Our next speaker, Advocate Pradeep Tiwari, Delhi High Court ALS. Let me introduce our speaker to the participants. He has started his journey in the year of 2016 after passing the higher education in law from Amity and entered into the field of litigation, where he got the opportunity to deal with material matter independently. In between, he has dealt with many highlighted cases, and today he has reached to the level where he is representing the India ambassador to Kuwait. He is also running a law academy where he is providing legal education to the needed one. Over to you, Pradeep Tiwari. Student, please be seated. This session is for you only. You will be benefited out of this, so please don't go outside. Yes.
Respected professors and my co-panelists, and especially the proud faces of Amitians. As my co-panelists have rightly pointed out, in 2019, from the period of COVID, we have entered into the another world that is actually called the digitalized world. And especially I'll restrict my speech within the ambit of judicial system, how it affects the entire process. That digitalized world helps especially the offenses where the women's need to come forward and to initiate the proceedings, and especially the digitalized process helps them actually to come forward and to initiate the proceedings, and without having any fear to lodge their statements through online process and to join the court proceedings and the other things, their survival, their development, their protections, and especially the way they are participating and day by day they are raising their participation in the judicial process. It's just because possible that they are adopting the digital process. And Indian judicial system, last 2 years, being a practicing advocate, I've seen those who are not in a position to attend the court proceedings just because of any reasons. Now they are attending fearlessly, and they are recording their statements without having any fear. They need not to face anyone. They need not to go anywhere, especially the lady lawyers who have some other works as well. Now they can connect themselves to the court directly, and they can come forward and they can complete their dream by joining the litigation field as well, to represent many clients through online process from anywhere, and to pursue what they actually want to be. Otherwise, litigation is quite difficult, and digitalized world actually helps. Being a male, I can consider it, because for a woman, it is very difficult, especially those offenses like in a rape matter. It is not easy. It is very difficult for any victim to come forward and to face the whole court, and to face those faces which she don't want to face, without entering into the courtroom, without coming to court, without coming to police station, without going anywhere. The way the Indian judicial system has adapted the digital process, somewhere it helps to reduce or to curb the offenses against women, because somewhere they know they will not come to court directly, but they will lodge the complaint, they will initiate the proceedings. They are not going to bear any other things. And for me, recently what I have learned, as presently I am representing the Indian ambassador, in that matter, a lady who resides in Kuwait, she can't pursue the matter and she can't come to India. And she's a lady and she's a layman, she's not much sound, and that ambassador is an ambassador. I can't take the name. He's an ambassador and he can do anything. But that the small world, digital world, has changed the whole scenario. She hasn't come to India, she hasn't contacted to anyone, but through digital process, she has mastered everything, and today he is almost behind the bar. That shows how that digitalization empowering women through digital process or digitalization, it helps us to understand, especially after pandemic, it seems so easy to accept it that from any other mode, this word digital actually helping us a lot and somewhere strengthening the women to come forward in any manner and to pursue whatever they want to be and wherever they want to go in any manner. So especially at the end, no one empowers us. It's about us. We empower ourselves. So we need to understand, we have to accept it's all about courage, and especially the Amity. The Amity gifted us one thing for sure, that is confidence. And that confidence build up so many things in you, and that helps you when you will go outside of the Amity. You will feel that confidence take you to the level where you actually want to be. Thank you.
I think that was the
Yeah.
end of.
So thank you,
we
Pradeep.
have-
Now the session is open for question. We may
Yeah,
take one
now-
and two questions for each of the speakers.
All the three alumni are in front of you. You can ask anything. It is open for you. Online may not be available, but three alumni are already here. So I invite all the three alumni, please. And the student, please, if you
Student, please
have
be
anything
seated.
you want to ask, you want to learn from them,
Okay, no question. May I invite Professor Dr. Alpana Goel, ma'am, for her concluding remark. Over to you, ma'am.
Before I conclude, I would like to request the chairperson of this IWD to say a few words for this session.
So I know you all are very exhausted. Yes, all of you. But are you not grateful to the speakers? They are our alumni, and they told you that they were in your place some time back. So they understand. They were short and sweet. So what I want to say actually is to thank them. So thank you, all of you. We had 6 alumni, as you heard them. 3 online and 3 offline. And I was very impressed when Dr. Alpana said that these 2 girls, how, academically they have done so well. So we had 2 from nuclear science, 1 and 2 from law, 2 from law, 2 from law, and 2, of course, from psychology. So from the bottom of my heart, I express my heart. Thanks to you for sparing your time. Stay connected with Amity, because Amity alumni is very, very precious for us. They are our ambassadors elsewhere. So when you work or go wherever you are right now, then you are a part of us going and working there. We are always very proud of you. And as she said that she the online speakers, she said that whenever we call, they come. So yes, we have also felt that. Once again, thank you very much for sparing your time. And in future also, if and when, as and when we invite you, I'm sure you will find time for us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to conclude the session. First of all, I would like to thank all 3 alumni They are really, as ma'am said, that they are our ambassador. Yes, they are our ambassador. And you can see their faces, the brightness on their faces and how they are doing, what they are doing. And that gives the confidence. The girl was laughing on the word confidence. And really it is a confidence that your senior is sitting here and getting so much opportunity to talk on this platform. That is a confidence. Yes, you are right. It is a confidence that these alumni are here today to address you, to interact with you. And we all are thankful to all the alumni who joined online and offline. And we appreciate that they find out the time for us who are here. And some may takeaways from their interaction, that one alumni, she talked about the 6X. Then she also talked about the 3 main points: love, respect, and confidence. And the last speaker, he gave a word about the confidence. She spoke about the digital world, how digital world connect us with others and how we are feeling safe with the digital world. She has rightly said that she also talked about the digital world and how the digital world help us during the COVID. She encouraged all of us to have this update about digital. We all should come up with a good digital outcome. So I thank all the speakers, and I thank all my chairperson of this session of IWD and the co-chair Shefali Rajada, and also the student who are here, sitting here. I appreciate their patience, and we are sorry, but we have to make you sit here because you have to learn from your alumni. This is very important session. That is why we asked you to join us. Thank you all. Thank you all the faculty members to join us. Thank you.
Please open the doors of this auditorium. I have conveyed this message many times. I don't know why you are keeping the doors closed. All the doors, please open the doors. It's so suffocating. Open the doors.
Student, please don't go. It's just for a few minutes.
Just open the doors, all the doors.
Please don't
go. This door also. Please open all the doors.
So we are almost in. So may I request Chair of IWD, Professor Ranjana Bhatia ma'am, and Co-Chair Professor Alpana Goel ma'am, to felicitate our panelist, Dr. Kavita Bhargava, with the memento and gifts. Our next panelist, Ms. Hardika Kukreja, please come. Then our next speaker, Advocate Pradeep Tiwari. Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Ms. Archana Yadav from Amity Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology for vote on thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear students. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this session in celebration of International Women's Day 2023. I thank our founder president, sir, and chairperson, ma'am, for their visionary leadership, support, and guidance for providing us with such forums wherein we can exchange ideas, information, and motivate many more to come forward. Immense respect and gratitude for you, sir and ma'am. Our sincere gratitude towards our chancellor, sir, and chairperson, ma'am, for their constant motivation and encouragements for such developmental activities. I also wish to express my sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, for an unlimited support and guidance for conducting activities on days of global importance. On behalf of the entire organizing team, I extend a hearty vote of thanks to all our speakers and experts who have joined us, shared with us their valuable experiences and journey. This is going to motivate many more candidates to pursue their hearts. I convey thanks to our esteemed guests, deans, directors of Amity institutions for joining us for the celebration. Special thanks to Madam Chair, Professor Dr. Ranjana Bhatia ma'am, co-chairs Professor Alpana Goel and Professor Shifali Raizada for setting up the entire program. Sincere acknowledgement to the efforts of each of the organizing team members and appreciation for your efforts both individually and cohesively as a team. I thank all the senior officials of the IT team, Administration Department, Amity University for the infrastructure related arrangements in the moot court, guest house, and catering arrangements. Thank you all for your participation and patience. I would like to conclude with these lines. जब आप एक पुरुष को शिक्षित करते हैं तो सिर्फ वो स्वयं शिक्षित हो रहे हैं, लेकिन जब आप एक स्त्री को शिक्षित करते हैं तो एक पीढ़ी शिक्षित हो रही है। महिला दिवस की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।